Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants coming home after a 5-1 roadie to open the season. And as we wake up on a Wednesday morning, now into Wednesday evening, afternoon, Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors sit in the 5 seed in the Western Conference with their hopes maybe even higher than that after a huge performance yesterday.
Huge win.
Derek Papa's Giants have never lost a road series. How about that? 5-1 coming home. Home opener on Friday. Giants today beat the Houston Astros 6-3 in a game where they probably played, if you were to evaluate the 6 games they've played to this point, probably the one that you would say for sure is unlike any of the strategy in the typical way that they plan to win games this year.
Fair.
Did not play great defense, although the one error that was wiped away, that was there for Casey Schmidt, brought in a couple of runs after Landon Roop left the game and Randy Rodriguez came in. Error gets wiped away, but still a tough mental game, I think, for the Giants. Didn't pick up the pop-up earlier in that inning. Bad base running mistake by an uncharacteristic bad base running mistake by Matt Chapman earlier in the game. Anyway, Giants end up winning it behind 3 home runs from Luis Matos, again Wilmer Flores, and late afternoon Lamont gets it done, his first hit of the season.
Good for Lamont Wade Jr. Wilmer Flores, I mean, what were your expectations for him coming into the season? Because obviously he had an injury last year, but he matches his home run total from a season ago, and obviously that's going to be very low. But I mean, for him, platooning with Lamont Wade Jr. for first base, and now being the primary DH, we'll see when Gerard Encarnacion comes back. But when we were going into the season, did you have high expectations for Wilmer Flores in the last year of his deal, and thinking that he was going to have a major impact on this team?
I'll say this. I had high hopes for him. I didn't know what to anticipate because
high hopes.
High hopes. I don't know. That movie's bombing, right? That movie.
The new Snow White. I won't go down that road.
That movie
There's a lot of controversy with not just the movie itself.
I wasn't a play on words either. I wasn't making jokes. I was like, that movie's.
I wasn't even thinking.
I said it. I was like, that was probably bad vernacular. I just meant that movie is not doing well.
I got you.
For some bad media coverage of some stuff going on. Anyway,
okay.
My thoughts on Wilmer Flores probably should get back to our guy Flo.
Yeah, I think so.
You love it when you have a flow. You love it when you have a healthy flow.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I would say. Is I mentioned this to you yesterday. He's one of the streakiest hitters I can remember for the Giants. And I just gave a funny example of Steve Finley was like that, but he was like that his whole career. When a guy's a streaky hitter, so it's the fun thing is about baseball. You don't know everything about every player, even though you follow the league and you follow other teams. When you get to watch them every day, it's the same with any team, right? But with baseball, it's different because it's every single day. You get to know how really a player impacts the team when they're on the field or you watch their impact in the lineup. And Wilmer has been like that since he got here. He's a guy who came up when he was very young. So when the Giants acquired him, I remember thinking, I don't know if he's like a soft-hitting guy. I didn't realize he was as professional of a hitter, as big of a guy as he is, and that he actually has as much power as he does. I mean, he hit 20-something home runs a couple of years ago.
Right.
24 maybe, and then last year it was clear that he was just hurt and he could not drive the ball and couldn't stay on the field and barely played. I mean, I think we said it was 3 home runs, maybe or 4 that he had all last year. He's got 4 right now.
He tied at 4 last year.
There you go, 4 all of last year. He's got 4 right now in the first 6 games. He'll cool off. I don't think he's going to hit 35 or 36, but some guys get this middle-aged power. You get that 33-year-old man.
Middle-aged man.
Tim, do you remember when Daniel Murphy for the Mets. Was he a second baseman for the Mets?
Yeah, Murphy came and he hadn't really done a ton early.
Remember
and then that 1 year was what is this?
But Daniel Murphy, like one postseason, hit a home run. It was crazy, Derek. He hit a home run like 7 straight playoff games.
Yeah.
Like tied a record or broke a record. And then I remember my brother texted me and goes, the next season, because then he just started hitting like 15, 20 homers a year. My brother goes, I didn't know that was just going to be who Daniel Murphy is now. I didn't know he just became that guy. I'm not saying that that's just who Wilmer Flores is, but guys get different understanding of the game. They develop. Baseball is such a mental game where Altuve can be one of the best hitters in the game, and so can Aaron Judge, that it's not a surprise to me that Wilmer, knowing what a smart hitter he is having this success. I didn't anticipate it would happen this quickly, and I'm stoked that it's happened, because if you look at how they've won these games, and we'll talk more about it, we do have to take a quick break, but if you look at how they've won these games, it's not because Lamont Wade at the top of the lineup was killing it.
No.
They spent a lot of money on Adames this offseason, and I know he really wants to get it going. He's played a pretty good shortstop to this point. Again, still the Giants, the only team in baseball who have yet to commit an error after they switched that error on Casey Schmidt to a hit earlier today.
Right.
The fact they're getting production and they've manufactured some runs. They came into today second in baseball in average with runners in scoring position. Small sample size, but they found ways to win. And if you play defense and you play catch and you pitch it and you throw strikes, which is something they didn't really do today all that well, they just hit some home runs, you give yourself a chance to win. So today,
A win is a win is a win.
Today for me is kind of the outlier, but when they were up 5-1, I wanted it. Or 5-0, I wanted it. You know what I mean? After the double from Ramos, I'm like, no, I need this one.
And how about Ramos, dude? What is this, 6th straight game with an extra base hit?
Only he and Felipe Alou in 1963, I think, was the year.
I believe, 1963, yeah. To start his season.
I guess Willie Mays, he tied Willie Mays yesterday. Ramos, keep rolling, dude. It's my guy.
Another all-star season.
Yeah, it's a fun start for the Giants as they come home. Supposed to have good weather on Friday for Justin Verlander, making his Giants and Oracle Park debut in 2025. We'll talk more about this one. Do have to let you know, got a fun guest coming up in about an hour, 5:30 today. Woody, Kirk Reuter is going to join us.
Yeah,
let's go.
Little 25-year celebration of the ballpark opening on Friday, as JT Snow told us last week, and I guess a bunch of members of the 2000 team.
Yeah, JT will be there. Obviously, Kirk Reuter will be there, and we'll talk to him about coming back to the ballpark.
I mean, we'll give you some notes, but Kirk Reuter, simply one of the greatest left-handed pitchers in the history of the San Francisco Giants.
And not a bad shed.
And one of the greatest pitchers in terms of, not a bad shed. 808 KNBR, who's got a better shed, Kirk Reuter or the A's media
I was going to ask him, has he seen the A's shed?
We'll talk to Woody. Kirk Reuter joins us at 5:30 as the Giants are coming home 5-1. By the way, the Padres and the Dodgers have yet to lose a game.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing.
Come on,
My prediction of the Giants winning 88 games and finishing 4th in division might be on the table.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Is it okay to have some fun after 6 games? Are we feeling good? All I said to you guys before the year started was, I think they'll be more fun to watch so far. And yeah, winning's fun. They've been intriguing. Yeah. There's been some interesting stuff. 808 KNBR, how we feeling 6 games in? Giants coming home at 5-1 to open the season against the Mariners. We'll get into that. Kirk Reuter joins us at 5:30. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, after one of the best road trips in America, only here on The Sports Leader.
You know, a healthy flow is just going to be great.
The Warriors notched a huge win last night, 134-125, to leapfrog Memphis into the 5th spot in the West, with the Wolves, Clips, and Grizz in hot pursuit. Steph Curry went cheat code mode with 12 threes en route to a 52-burger in the win. If you've ever eaten 52 burgers, tell us about it on the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to chat burgs.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. It is tax season, Steve. which means for a lot of people things get stressful and they've got questions and they don't always have the answers. What if people have unfiled tax returns? What should they do?
You should call us. Here it is. It's April the 2nd. And right now, a lot of people are stressing. A lot of people have just learned that they owe a bunch of money that they can't pay. So the first advice is don't make the mistake of not filing the return. Sometimes people do that. Or some you listener might say, Steve, they didn't file last year either, or the year before that, or maybe for a lot of years. Right now is the heart of tax season. This is the IRS's favorite time to make examples out of people. You don't want to be an example. You don't want to have them ruin your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. We can file all the old back returns you need to file. Most people don't file because they don't have the money, and that's okay. We want to make a good deal for you, a sweetheart deal. And then you can have a normal life. Think what it'll do for you, your business, your marriage, your life. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to take over and get you out of this mess, the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
There goes Adames running. The pitch is swung on and hit to left field and deep. This one is gone over the Crawford boxes and off the back wall. Wilmer Flores does it again. He's got 5 hits on the year, and 4 of them have left the yard. 2-0 Giants, 3 hitters into the game.
Wilmer Flores has done it again. Done it again. Done it again.
This just crossed my mind, and I guess I'd have to check for sure, but
Nothing at all.
nothing at all.
I was thinking of Willie Beeman.
Yeah, nice.
Willie Beeman's done it again.
Done it again. Nice call. Nice pull, dude. But funny for Tim, too, on the nothing at all.
That went Flanders.
Also a nice pull. I would say if he's saying that he has 5 hits on the year, 4 of them are home runs.
Yeah.
I believe the other one's a 2-out
RBI.
RBI hit. So he's every hit Wilmer's had so far
And
this
10
year
RBIs on the season?
has driven in a run. And how about Derek Papa making the call yesterday? For his Jimmy Butler era on Warrior calls. But he's pretty solid on his Giants so far, saying, dude, don't you think they should move Wilmer up in the lineup in there today?
Yeah,
and
third
immediately gives him a 2-run lead. Giants, I think everybody would agree, didn't play a clean game, although the errors would say otherwise. You can make mental errors that will cost you, and they almost did today. And
A win is a win, Cope. You sound like the caller from a week ago.
what I'm saying is good baseball teams figure out ways to win.
Yeah.
They pitched well enough, and they got enough clutch hitting and a few home runs, 3 of them today, to get enough of a cushion. And again, we can criticize all we want about how sloppy maybe the game was in general. Only 7 hits allowed.
Yeah.
I think it was 5 total walks allowed by the pitching. Only 7 singles. They weren't hitting the ball out of the yard. They weren't banging the ball around the ballpark.
Right.
Where the Giants, and for the first 2 games, they kept them off the base pass.
Well, and also 5 innings pitched from your bullpen clean. 5 innings with no runs. Let's go. You can overcome, a sloppy play if you just get those zeros one after another. They finally got Birdsong in the game, which is, we're not really sure what the plan is for that, but maybe that's a good thing because it's saying that your pitchers are doing pretty well.
He was overthrowing. He looked amped
Yeah.
up. And Kruk said it on the broadcast. That was, to me, pretty simple. Young pitcher, first game of the year, his first chance. And he was throwing hard, and he was overthrowing across his body, and he was missing up. But outside of the walk, had a pretty clean inning. The guy I was really impressed with and have been, and this may be his role, is he's come in a couple of times with guys on base. Randy Rodriguez came in with no outs and the bases loaded in the 5th for Landon Roop. Immediately gets that ground ball to Casey Schmidt that then is ultimately ruled a hit. It was a hard hit. But then he gets a pop-up, back-to-back strikeouts. He gets out of the inning. Randy Rodriguez has been sharp. The bullpen was nails for the entirety of the road trip. They're coming home 5-1. You got to feel good about that, considering only 2 starters in 6 games went beyond 5 innings.
Yeah, and to anybody that says that the strikeout total was really bad, it was the last game on a roadie, and they were up. So it's I don't have I don't have any criticism for that.
Yeah, how about that? They win games striking out 16 times and 17 times this season. That's just how baseball is sometimes.
That's baseball, man.
Yeah.
Also, I'd point out those are the 2 aces, right? They saw Framber and they saw Hunter Green. Those are the 2.
So what'd you think of Landon Roop today?
He was really sharp early. I mean, the first inning, struck out the side, right? All 3 swinging strike 3s. He seemed like a guy, after the first inning, I thought pitch count might be a problem. And after the second inning, when he got into some trouble after he got the first 2 guys, I think he struck out the first batter. He struck out the first 4 guys he faced, swinging strike 3s. Then he had a couple of walks in a row, I believe, and then a mistake. 1 run ended up coming in on a bloop base hit after back-to-back walks, and that's a little frustrating because it seemed like he was maybe trying to be too fine with it after he was getting swings and misses. You have good stuff, just attack the zone. In general, I thought, and for Birdsong too, it's going to be all about throwing strikes for those guys. And while he issued 4 walks, I think it was. Birdsong had 1. It's more about throwing strikes early in the count to give yourself an opportunity. Birdsong ended up striking out a guy on 3-2, falling behind 2-1, then 3-1, overthrowing, and ultimately blew a fastball by him. I can't remember who it was exactly for the second out. But, for those guys, it's just going to be about throwing strikes. Last game of a road trip. I feel good about the rotation, feel great about the bullpen, feel excellent about the defense. I think when Matos is out there without Lee, you're not losing or missing anything.
A point they also made on the broadcast, which I think is very salient, is it's not like everyone is hitting. They're getting good hitting from, obviously, Ramos, and they're getting, Flores has been amazing. But there's quite a few guys that aren't hitting. They haven't gotten much from Adames. They haven't gotten anything from Bailey. They haven't got anything from Lamont Wade until today. The whole team is not hitting, and you're still winning, which is a great sign for this team.
But that's the way Buster wants it, with pitching and defense. And I think that you could say this team, even though the first win of the season was exciting, you didn't know necessarily this team was going to be different. This year, I mean, I know it's only 6 games, but just want to get a little note from you. This is courtesy of Chris Babcock. Did you know that they've won 4 consecutive road games? You know what time in the year they did that last year?
Last year, I'd have said 23, maybe. I know.
It took 53 games for them to win 4 road games in a row.
Yeah, remember that? How much they bounced back and 4 roadies in a row.
Yes.
Did they have a 5-1 road trip last year at any point?
I'll have to do that research, but I doubt it.
I mean, again,
I do not think so.
I don't honestly. I don't care. Much like Jimmy Butler's, where my Warriors mindset started.
That's what I'm saying.
Like I got to erase the rest of the early
This is the
part.
pre-Buster Warriors, the pre-Buster Giants from a season ago.
Yeah.
Things change.
I feel like nothing really happened at all from the time Buster retired in 21 to today. You know what I mean? Like now I'm just here are my Giants again.
You just blanked it all, right?
Buster he just Roger Dorned it, except the opposite way, right into the front office.
Wait, forget 107? Come on.
Yeah, well, no, I said from the that was his last year.
Yeah, you're right.
Saw Buster hit that ball that would have gone into the cove. Also saw that check swing. God. Forget it. Let's go. Giants are 5-1. Feeling good about it. Coming home on Friday, 808 KNBR. Kirk Reuter is going to join us in about an hour at 5:30. Let's go to David. David and Alameda. David, are we okay to be excited or feeling good about the Giants 6 games in? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, come on. 17 strikeouts, 16 strikeouts. Leadoff Lamont goes 0 for 18, no walks. You got a $330 million left side of the infield that didn't do basically anything. It sure is a good thing Wilmer Flores is hot because, I mean, there's a reason why he does so good. He's about 6'3", swings the bat. He's just a smart veteran hitter. He knows when to cheat on sliders and fastballs. I got tickets to the Giants game all the time. He hits home runs all the time in batting practice to left field. I mean, he just, especially about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just flicking them all day. But I think honestly the Giants could easily be 2-5 or 0-6. But I'll take 5-1. These things, I mean, I'd rather be 5. I don't want to be 0-6 with the Dodgers and Padres being 7-0 and 7-0.
Hey, bro, but David, I mean, they could be, but they're not. What I'm saying is, relative to the last few years, what I was expecting coming into this year was what they talked about. It's nice to have heard so many people. We hear every year, right? This guy came in great shape. There's a focus on X, Y, and Z. But it sort of seems like what we heard in the preseason, at least through the first 6 games, they've tried to apply. They've had some quality at-bats. They've pitched the ball very well. The bullpen has been great, and they've had some clutch hitting. Would you agree that they've at least, through 6 games, had some positivity relative to what they talked about in the preseason?
Yeah, especially Elliot Ramos. That guy is strong.
Hell yeah.
He seems just like he's strong, man. That guy, he's definitely the big surprise. He deserves some kudos, and hopefully he's gonna be eligible for some more money on his contract. But it's like you guys were talking about with Snow White in the movie, that was crazy. Rachel Ziegler, all the Free Palestine.
Whoa. I got to jump off.
We're not going down that road.
Well, yeah. I just.
I got tickets to the Giants game all the time.
Yeah,
I was going to say this guy's in the same mindset as me, and I was like, I got to get off of what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I thought he was going to make a Giants riff as it related to that.
That's what I was hoping for.
I was hoping for that too. It's not the path he took. By the way, I'm also not really with him on saying Chapman didn't do anything.
Now Chapman's done a lot.
Chapman played excellent defense. We talked about the game in Cincinnati.
Was he just talking about today or the whole season?
I don't know. On the season, he's 5 for 21.
Chapman's been amazing.
Leading the team in walks. He's got 4 ribs. His OPS only 741, but again, 6 games in, I thought
he does it on both ends.
He's got a stolen base. He's played incredible defense already to start the season, and only 21 at bats in.
So my question, I guess, for guys like David and even you, at what point will you start to buy in that this is legitimate? Because I know it's very early on. It's 6 games.
Depends on what's legitimate.
Like that they actually can be contenders in the National League, or actually, let's slow our roll with competing with the Dodgers and all that.
I'm not talking contenders. In baseball, it's a different mindset. In basketball, I'm like, are the Warriors contenders? Because that's all that matters. Can they win a title? That's all that matters with Steph. With baseball, I'm like, get into the playoffs, then you're a contender. In baseball, I'm like, get into the playoffs, and the Tigers caught everybody by surprise last year, right? Like, this happens all the time. Teams can flare up and make some noise and be dangerous for a minute, especially if they've got the right tools and if they're managed right, and some teams catch that magic and have that ability. The Giants proved it wasn't just magic in a bottle or lightning in a bottle with Bruce Bochy, because they had a system and a philosophy, and that's what Buster's trying to get back to. When will I buy in? I don't know. There are like flagpole moments and benchmarks throughout the season. There's the month mark. There's the 54-game mark when you're a third of the way in. There's the All-Star break. I mean, there's all sorts of places to look. I say you go month to month. You try to have winning months, and you want to play winning baseball at home, win series at home, and go 500 on the road. They've already given themselves some road cushion, right? That's the way I'd see it. So let's get through a month and then come up for air and then evaluate where they're at right now. We will take a quick break. We will get back to some phone calls. Paul in Cameron Park, I know you've been waiting. We will get to you. And then Chris as well. How are we feeling about the Giants? 6 games in, 5-1 coming home after they beat Houston again today. A sweep in Houston after opening 2-1 against Cincinnati. Justin Verlander takes the ball on Friday. We got more to come. It's Dirty Work. Kirk Reuter joins us in about an hour at 5:30, only here on these Sports League.
I got tickets to the Giants game all the time.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is a tough building to get a sweep in. I know firsthand. You know, to be able to play 2 really crisp games and then, you know, this game kind of go back and forth, a little wonky. We had a big lead and then, you know, Framer found his stuff and next thing you know, he's out there in the 6th inning. So, but the add-on run by Wade was huge at the time. And even though we didn't play our best baseball in the middle innings, we played good at the beginning and the end.
It's Bob Melvin, happy on the flight home, talking about the importance of a sweep there as Verlander's going to get the ball. He's going to feel like an ace, taking a chance to win 5 in a row after the Giants go 5-1 on the road trip. Giants come home on Friday. Should let you know Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th and ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants coming home 5-1. It's fun. Again, like that caller said, David in Alameda, he goes, I mean, they could be 0-6, but they're not. Feels good. I don't
Coulda,
think
shoulda, woulda. They did a duo.
I don't think he meant that based on how they played. I think he meant like the alternative is not being good, so why not enjoy it and have some fun? Paul in Cameron Park. I know Tim's got a lot going on back there. Tim, when you get a chance, Paul in Cameron Park. Giants come back 5-1. It's been a fun start to the season. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Paul?
Good. And yeah, Copes, I agree. You said earlier, like, it's kind of hard to say when a record is legitimate in baseball. I think in 2023, there were like 11 games over 500 in July or August, and they fell apart at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
But I think early on, what's contributing to some early season success and is great to see as a fan is like lineup consistency, right? Like I know I'm going to see Ramos in left, Jung-Hoo in center, Bailey behind the dish, and hopefully the same left side of the infield for 5 more years, right? I think it like gives players confidence going to the yard every single day. Whereas in the Farhan era, we were used to seeing multiple different lineups, playing numbers and analytics, and that's not the Buster Posey way. So it's a breath of fresh air.
Well, and like Paul, like we're going to talk to Kirk Reuter in about 45 minutes. Like this is going to be cool for me. I've never had a chance to interview him. One of my favorite Giants from my childhood. But if you asked me to name like who played behind Kirk Reuter, you'd be able to name like 7 of the dudes who were there every single day, right? Like you just knew. And there might be a couple of swaps in and out, but there's something about continuity and knowing what your role is on a team. Like it was fun in the Bochy era to watch them have a lead late in the game or take the lead in the 7th. And you knew what the defensive replacement was going to be or what the double switch was going to be or who was coming to pitch. And that breeds confidence in the players themselves. So that sort of mentality that we've already seen through 6 games show on the field, I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd see Kent, Aurelia, Bonds, maybe a Marvin Bernard back in that day.
Yeah.
But yeah, lineup continuity was key, and it's good for the fans, and it's probably going to drive more attendance this year, especially if they keep winning.
Maybe a Snow and Edgardo Alfonso, a Billy Miller. Appreciate the call, Cameron. Thanks so much, man. Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Giants win 5-1. Or excuse me, they win 6-3. They go 5-1 on the road trip. Another thing that was pretty cool about today's game, and I know they threw Ryan Walker back-to-back days. Camilo Doval got the save in both of the finales of each series. He got the one in the Sunday game against the Reds.
Yes, he did.
Because Ryan Walker had some back tightness. Had a good inning there. And then I think he threw the next day, the first game in Houston, off day yesterday.
He set up, yeah.
Yeah, and so
he set up Walker.
Ryan Walker pitched both days, both on Monday and Tuesday. So 3 days in a row, you generally don't want to have to bring him out there. I was wondering the same thing. Are they just going to go to Doval? It's nice to have a couple of guys with closer experience. It was a sharp 9th, man.
Bullpen's been strong.
It's been really, really strong, and we thought it might be one of the strengths of the team. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Tim is working the phones back there and manning the board. Nice work, Tim. Let's go to Chris, who's in San Jose. What's up, Chris? How you feeling about the Giants 6 games in?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking the call.
What up, Chris?
I feel great. I feel great about this team, and I'll tell you why. When Buster Posey last year kicked Farhan out of the way and got that deal done for Chapman, that's, I think, when they really turned a corner. I think Matt Chapman is not only is he a great leader, I mean, platinum, glove winner. I mean, he's one of the best defensive third basemen probably of all time.
Probably ever. Yeah.
And I just really think that signing and the way it was done and how Buster just put his feet down, and pushed up his sleeves and got that deal done. I thought it sent a message to all the players, to the entire organization, that this is going to be a new era. The defense continues to be really, really good. I mean, that kid, Chris Goff, he looked great defensively last night with the glove.
Chris Koss did. You're cutting out a little bit, Chris. We got to run, but I just want to echo what Chris is saying there. Like we talk about how you get to the point where you can't turn your back on Steph Curry, like you just can't count him out. Like Buster's got work to do. Again, it's 6 games in, and we're not going to dub this some big success at this point. But again, beats the alternative, and he came in with a plan. I think we all know Buster only knows one way. It's the Giants' way. It's the way he learned. Had one manager, had basically one until final 2 years where he didn't play in 2020, and then 2021. It's a magical year when Buster showed back up. I'm waiting for somebody, and I'm waiting for the moment, and this is what comes with the fun of being a sports fan. And if you buy into what Buster's doing, I'm waiting for Buster to show me that there's something that he can't touch that doesn't turn to gold. You know what I mean? I'm not dubbing this a success. We're 6 games in. I'm having fun is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But he came in with a plan. We've already seen that plan and that style of play win across baseball for 140 years. So it's not like it's some alarming thing, but culture is a thing and buy-in is a thing. And because he carries that sort of Hall of Fame glow around him, there's that famous story that after they won the World Series in Texas in 2010, he's in the elevator afterwards, and Krug got in to the elevator with him and said, this doesn't happen every year. And Buster said something like, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but that mentality is something that guy walks around with.
Now, he has the mentality of Steph Curry where he always wants to win, and he's bringing back the mentality. They look like the Giants of old. It's just, we'll see how he is the entire season as an executive, how he'll handle the trade deadline. We got a long way to go, but so far so good with Buster's new look Giants.
Let's go out to Lars in Sonoma. What's up, Lars? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Haven't called in a while. Good to hear everyone's voice. So I was actually at Cubs versus A's in Sacramento.
Oh, God. How was that?
It looked like a AAA team playing against the Cubs. So
yeah.
But yeah, I'm a Cubs fan, but I live in the area, and I'm a big Landon Roop guy. So I was excited to see him have a great game. I was just watching the box score on my fantasy app, but it looked like he was dominating. My buddy even said he had some Framber Valdez vibes from his stuff. I was like, wow, okay. So I mean, dude, is it too early to call him White Framber or I mean, how's he looking at it?
Just saying it sounds fun, so I'm not going to say it's too early. Yeah, I mean, Framber Valdez is the ace of the Astros, right? He's the ace of that staff. I appreciate the call, Lars. What I would say is I thought Landon Roop was a little amped up today. He had to wait nearly a week since the season started to get his first action. Same for Hayden Birdsong. They were the last two guys to get action for the Giants this year. Their whole thing in the preseason was throw strikes, throw strikes, throw strikes. I just thought today they were probably both a little amped up. Early on, though, the swing and miss stuff from Landon Roop is undeniable, right? He goes 5, or he gets into the 5th. He went 4 innings, I guess, was the total. But he gets into the 5th, and the first 4 guys he struck out were all on swinging strikeouts. He was throwing hard, had the sweeper working, was missing up a little bit, and then started to get too fine with it and got into some trouble, and you fall behind in counts and makes it harder to battle back and go deep into games. So the pitch count kind of got him today. I'm excited about both of those guys still, but the first 4 guys in the rotation look great today, and there's this time through, and there's still question marks. Because, again, how far can Jordan Hicks go this year? He said he added some lower body weight and some core stuff when we talked to him yesterday. Let's take one more here before we take another break here. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Giants coming back after a 5-1 road trip. And Elliot Ramos hits another homer or another extra base hit today. A home run for Matos, a home run for Lamont Wade, his first hit of the season, which sort of iced it for the Giants. And then another home run for Wilmer Flores. 4 homers, 5 hits, and 4 of them are homers. Is that the note?
For Wilmer, yes.
And they're all every hit is driven in a run.
Yes.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's fired up on the Giants. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey fellas, how we doing?
Doing well, Ryan.
Good to hear. Hey, I'm super optimistic for 3 reasons here. First of which, there's chemistry early on, right? I mean, every time there's a bomb that's hit, you got Willie Adames up on the top step, greeting everybody. Look at today with Lamont. He's 0 for 16 at the time, hits a home run. Looks like he just won the World Series there. So that's cool. Also swept on the road today. I think they only had 1 sweep overall on the road last year all time, and then 3 total. And then they're just playing small ball. They're getting back to basics. They're bunting, they're hitting situationally, and then they're also stealing bags. So I think we're getting back to a brand of Giants baseball that I grew up, and it was awesome.
It's fun to watch. Appreciate the call, Ryan. Thanks so much. 808 KNBR, the number to call. Kirk Reuter joins us at 5:30. Warriors did get a huge win last night. I don't want to totally forego that. I do want to get to the callers because it's a fun road trip win for the Giants. I think everybody's excited on a Wednesday afternoon. I think everybody's also equally bummed off day tomorrow. It's one thing I hate about baseball season. When things are going well, you're like, dude, get me back on the field, man. Verlander takes the ball Friday. We'll have it all for you with a 12:35 pregame and a 1:35 first pitch right here on the Sports Leader. But they're doing a 25-year reunion of the ballpark opening, so Kirk Reuter's going to be there, part of the 2000 team, and he's going to join us at 5:30. We'll take a quick break. Chandler, Dwayne, Rick, Jay, Mert, Milt, Mort. We'll get to your calls next. It's Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants won 6-3 to sweep the Astros earlier today, featuring homers by Wilmer Flores, Luis Montos, Lamont Wade, and another extra base hit from Elliot Ramos. Come hang out with the morning show Friday at opening day live from 58 Social and make fun of yours truly for being tired as hell at 6 a.m.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Wade hits a high drive to right field. Going back on it, DeZenzo. It is gone! Well, there's hit number 1, and that's got to feel great for Lamont Wade. His first hit of the year is his first home run of the year. And it's 6-3 Giants.
Good for Lamont Wade Jr. to get his first hit of the year on a home run as the Giants win today 6-3 over the Houston Astros to get the 3-game sweep on the road. They want to hear from you. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Let's go out to the calls. I'm very interested to hear what this guy says because he usually has hot takes about Brock Purdy and how much of a fraud he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne in Stockton.
What's up, Dwayne?
We love him. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, don't trip, fellas. I'm going to be good.
Okay.
I'm going to be good today. I want to talk about the Giants,
All
man.
right.
I think the whole Giants community needs to be so happy and get behind these guys right now because what I'm seeing is memories of the torture days. When they were winning their championships, they weren't playing perfect ball.
Nah.
By a long shot. It wasn't perfect ball, but they were together. And it was situational baseball, late inning, clutch, things like that with the pitching, right? That's what you guys got right now. So you got to get behind them. On opening day, man, I say everybody give them a round of applause, let them know you're behind them. But one thing I got to say is, man, please don't play that song.
What song?
Which song?
Oh, La Russell?
That little rap song that you guys came up with, man. La Russell?
Oh, no, dude, hey.
He's saying you guys like the Giants, like not us.
Talk to the morning show, man. That's not us.
But you can't put that on at the ballpark, though.
I'm
with you on that.
I wager they will. I wager they will.
What if you guys wreck the energy, bro? The energy's good right now. You can't be getting all corny and goofy and then all of a sudden messing up the energy, bro. The Giants team, I'm telling you, they remind me of the teams that won the championships. I know it's early, but there's nothing. Colts, my man, there's nothing like postseason baseball, baby.
Bro, and it breathes. It's so different. The tension, like you feel it all day long at work, waiting to get to that moment at 5:30 or whatever time the game's going to be. Baseball in the playoffs is a completely different beast, and you know the city gets painted orange when it happens. We're a long way from that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but I'm with you. You'd rather come home 5-1. The strategy seems sound at least 6 games in. The vibes feel good. There's a lot that still has to happen, but you'd rather have this than the alternative, bro.
Colts, you guys are going to have a good record at home. This is the type of team that your community backs. You guys will have a good home record. You get into the playoffs with that pitching, you get a couple aces, and anything can happen, man, especially if you have each other's back.
Hey, Dwayne, who's your baseball club, bro? Who's your team?
I have an idea.
I'm Giants, bro. I want the Giants.
Yeah? Oh, you're a Giants fan?
Yeah, I love the Giants from back in the day. I was born in San Francisco.
Okay.
Played ball out there. I just always loved the Giants.
Let's come home. Let's win some more, Dwayne.
Well, hold on, Dwayne. So why are you saying you guys and not us?
I don't know. I always say that.
That's just how he talks, bro. That's
fair enough.
We'll talk to you soon, bro. Appreciate the call, man. Thanks, Dwayne.
All right, brother.
All right, later, bro.
Yeah, by the way, you know who's coming on the morning show tomorrow?
Dwayne. Who?
La Russell. 9:30.
I mean, I didn't say anything bad about him. These boys like with Marcus. Like Marcus knows him.
Yeah?
He's from the Bay. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to hate on him. I just Giants asked him to make
I'm not going to hate on the man.
Dude,
just the song's not great.
That's okay, but I'm again, I don't think it was for me. So I'm not going to, what do we do here? What's our one saying on the show?
Don't yuck my yum.
We don't yuck anybody's yum, dude. People like it.
Even though we kind of do sometimes.
Yeah, but that's the point of saying it, as though we pretend that we don't do that. But then when we do it, we just do whatever we want. That's kind of the fun.
I'm catching on.
You pretend that we don't, and then we do.
I totally do.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally.
You have a whole segment dedicated to yucking somebody's yum.
It's a whole segment. What don't we do here, boys? What's our number one rule? What's our one saying? We don't yuck anybody's yum. Let's go to Rick in Mountain View. Rick, what's up, man? How you feeling in the Buster Posey era?
What up, Rick?
I'm thinking about 2 words: fundamentals and fun. And concentrating on pitching, excellent fielding, timely hitting. It's just going back to what works for teams year in and year out, and fun. This team, these guys are loving it. It's so much fun for them to play, and it's so much fun for us as fans to have that team. So I just think he's just such a breath of fresh air. And Farhan Zaidi, he was all into the analytics, but he had that as a locomotive, and that has to be the caboose. it's the team chemistry and just working on the fundamentals that have to be the locomotive.
Well, and Rick, you sound like you've been around for some time. Nothing wrong with a good caboose. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but it has its place.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong.
I got you.
What I would say to you, Rick, is like what's happened to me in the first 6 games, and again, it's 6 games. We've all been through a lot of baseball seasons. This isn't indicative of anything, but there are ups and downs, and this is right now an up. It's a fun one coming home. What I would say is we all had hope for a new era and a new regime, and when they talk about doing something specific, you want to actually see it play out, and I just feel like we've actually seen some of that, which gives more tangible hope for the season.
No, absolutely. I agree totally.
Appreciate the call, Rick. Thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you soon. Let's go out to Chandler's in San Francisco. What's up, Chandler? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I just want to say, first of all, thanks for taking the call. Secondly, I'm so glad that we don't have Farhan anymore. Third, lots of callers have been saying it, but situational baseball has really been fun to see. I think there was a great example. I think it was Thursday night. We were down in the 9th. Jung-Hoo walked, and then I think Pat Bailey knocked him in, and then Wilmer hit a bomb after that.
Yeah.
So just really good to see. One hot take I'll make is Wade needs to go. You can't start in the leadoff spot.
Damn, already?
You can't start in the leadoff spot. You know, maybe bench him for a couple games or something. Like, you need somebody on there to get on base. Put Jung-Hoo at the leadoff.
I mean, they're 5-1. Dude hit a bomb today. You know what I mean? See, the way I would see it, Chandler, is like the optimist in me would say, the glass half full guy would say, dude, they're 5-1 and they haven't even gotten production yet from 2 guys who have a pretty good track record of being productive. The more surprising thing to me, Chandler, is that Wade hasn't even, outside of the home run today, the 0-for-16 coming into that at bat, that he hadn't even drawn a walk yet. And Dave Fleming talked about it. I was listening to the game at that point, and he said there was a ball outside the zone right before the home run that he check swung and he fouled it off, and you could see him talking to himself in frustration. That's not really an emotion you see from him at the plate. So he's going, man, I'm not having a grasp of the strike zone right now. Next pitch, he hits one out. You hope that brings more confidence, but it's a war of attrition in baseball. They might have to drop him in the lineup, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he has a lot to offer.
Yeah, I just think that he shouldn't be the leadoff right now, starting off like that.
Fair enough. I'm with you. Chandler, appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Man, Chandler. Could he hate Farhan or Lamont Wade Jr. anymore?
I was waiting for a friend's.
I'm not even a Friends guy.
I didn't want to get on him because I was like, dude, your name's Chandler. You're like, I don't know how old the guy is, but
he's definitely a Wilmer guy.
He's definitely lived in the Friends era. You know what I mean? He's definitely a Wilmer guy because Wilmer loves Friends.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wonder, like, everybody who's ever met him is like, yeah. Could you be any more ridiculous?
Could you be any more negative?
Miss Chinandler Bong.
Now, and until Lamont Wade Jr. starts costing them games, I would say no harm, no foul.
The Farhan thing is kind of funny to me because it's like, he's already gone. Like, he's gone. He got fired.
Exactly.
It's over.
Like fans that are crapping on Farhan, right? Like, you don't need to do it.
It's crooked Farhan's economy. It's basically what's going on, dude. Just ripping the previous regime. Like, well, we got this right now. We're rolling with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Just give it time, people. Just give it time. You'll all turn on Buster Posey too. No, I doubt it.
Let's go out to the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR. 510 says Greg Papa discovered La Russell before anybody. Don't you
I'm
know?
the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
I like La Russell.
279 checks in, says the measuring stick, I think, is how they'll do against the Dodgers, Padres, and D-backs.
Well,
in their first series of the season.
Strap in, boys, because we don't have an NOS game until. Look at the schedule here. They don't play San Diego until. Man, hold on here. I lost it. Okay, come back to me. I had it for a second. April 29th. They don't play an NL West opponent until April 29th.
After this homestand, they go to the Yankees. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Yankees are mashing.
What if she plays for one of the Yankees? Or goes out with Yankees.
Yankees. What's her favorite little rascal?
By the way, Tommy Boy 30-year anniversary earlier this week. Didn't even realize.
Came and went, dude, with our short shows. We don't have time for all the bits, which, by the way, means you're not getting grab bag today.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Grab bag tomorrow.
You'll probably get more Warriors talking grab bag tomorrow.
NBA grab bag.
Let's go out to Jay in Rancho Cucamonga. What's up, Jay? You're on KNBR.
Cucamonga.
Hey, guys. One of my favorite movies. You read a lot of paint chips as a kid.
Yep, definitely.
I'm super stoked down here because I'm surrounded by Dodger fans and Laker fans with both teams. I'm just going to say one thing, though. A lot of the players that we have are a lot of them were injured last year. I know everybody has injuries, but I want to give some credit to Farhan because a lot of these were brought in during his era. They're developing now. They got more experience. Definitely need a Buster Posey for the Giants way. So I'm super stoked. And I love listening to you guys spacing down here. I proudly wear my black and orange, my yellow and blue, and my Niners colors down here. And all I can say is go Giants, go Warriors, and I keep listening to KNBR.
Appreciate the call, Jay. Thanks so much,
man.
There
you go, Jay.
Nice call there from Jay. Yeah, a lot of people checking in on the Buster Posey regime. And again, we're only 6 games in. It's okay to temper that expectation and enjoy what's happened to this point. But I've always in baseball believed, and you have to in sports in general, but for me in baseball, it was just the sport I was closest to and followed the most, that these guys play so many games with each other. Brandon Crawford said it numerous times. Like, it's 162, but if you add in the preseason, you add in the, 40 games they play or something like that, like, you're talking 200 games now before you even get to the playoffs. These guys are together from February until hopefully November, right, is the thought. You can't do that with guys you hate unless you're like the Mets. You know what I mean? Rolling around at 86, just like fighting each other and then getting all hopped up on
more than fighting.
Getting all hopped up on lewds and uppers and then going to play
hookers.
Ball. Yeah, whatever the hell it was, too. Whatever the vice of the day was for the 86 Mets.
What a fun team.
My point in general is that culture is a thing, and Buster Posey knows that, and he helped foster that from the time that he got here, and he learned it from old baseball guys in Sabian, and it's why he brought back in Bobby Evans to be a part of his front office. I mean, all this is what you're hoping to see continues to matriculate from his mind and his feeling and his culture that he's trying to build to the field. And I think we felt that for years from Sabian because we knew what the culture was. We knew what they were going to do and how they would operate. With Buster, I think that the hope is that we'll get the same feeling for that. Let's go back out to Mark. Mark is in Queens, is that right?
Oh.
What's up, Mark? The power of the flamethrower.
East Coast, baby.
You're on the Sports Leader.
Mark from Queens. Listen, guys, just got a little background. I've been a Giant fan since 1954.
Hell yeah.
I was 8 years old. I've been rooting for them for 71 years. I live and die Giants. All I could say is it's like a fantasy come true. And I'm not holding my breath. I'm just sitting back and enjoying it.
There you go.
I'm loving every minute of it. You know what I do?
What's that, Mark?
I get you guys on the radio, and I got MLB package on TV so I can get the game from Texas. But I don't listen to the homers. You know, the guys who everything is the opposing team.
Yeah.
I got KNBR on the radio, and I got the game on television. It is so cool. It is so, and like I said, I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I just hope they continue to play this kind of ball. But you know what? With that pitching staff, anything could happen with those pitchers.
Yeah, they feel like a ball club, Mark. Mark, let me ask you then. You said since 1954. I mean, that's World Series, Willie Mays, the catch, Vic Wertz, all that, sweeping the Indians in the World Series. Did you go to the Polo Grounds?
I was at Ebbets Field twice.
Very cool.
I saw Willie and I saw Jackie.
That's incredible.
Oh, nice.
Very cool, man. So
Yeah.
you were like 8 or 9 years old when you went to those games?
Yeah, I was 8. I was 8. It was 1954, the year they won the World Series. My dad went all the way back to Mellot, Chrissy. I had an old loving father.
Yeah.
And he taught me well. Now I taught my nephew's a Giant fan. My 6-year-old grandson cannot sleep in my house unless he says "Go Giants." You know, I won't let him stay in the house.
Hey, Mark,
him and his mother are out.
Mark from Queens. Mark, we got to run because we got to talk to one of our favorite Giants, man. Our guy Kirk Reuter is going to join us at about 5:30.
Oh,
Hey, Mark, he's going to join us. Stick around. Yeah, listen to the show. Hey, we got to run, Mark, but don't be a stranger, man. Give us a call.
All right, I will. Good luck, guys.
Go Giants, Mark.
Have fun. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Mark.
Good deal, man. Dude,
That was an awesome call from Mark. I will say the irony of him saying, I don't listen to the homers. I just listen to KNBR.
Yeah, I was like, we're the homers. That's me. I'm like sitting here being
Have you listened to Copes? Have you listened to Murph?
I was like, you went to Polo Grounds? Blah, blah, blah. It's incredible. Yeah, my grandma went to, still in her 90s, up in the Berkeley Hills. She used to go to Ebbets Field. She and her friend one time, she said, used to go get tickets to go sit in center field when the Phillies came to town.
Yeah.
So they could look at Hall of Famer Richie Ashburn's butt. I was like, all right. I was like, Grandma.
Nice dumper?
Like, well, as I told you before, sometimes it's nice to have a good caboose, though.
That is true.
I kind of went over that caller's head. He didn't catch my...
Well, when you say caboose, you got to be talking about butts. Come on.
That's the only thing. Yeah, that's same with Big Dumper. Shout out Cal Raleigh. Just got the contract from the Mariners who come to town to take on the Giants, the 5-1 Giants. By the way, still the D-backs won last night against the Yankees.
Did they? Okay.
They did. They came back and won that game.
But Dodgers and Padres undefeated.
13-0 combined.
Yeah.
What do you got, Tim?
I was just going to say the D-backs are up on the Yankees 4-0 right now.
It's going to be a hell of a division this year. So I'm saying, man, 88 wins.
Enjoy. I'm not going to let this get me down. I got 2 days to enjoy this one before they come on home for the opener.
How can we be bummed about it? They're doing great. And as we said before, don't even worry about the Dodgers. Don't worry about them, okay? Focus on the Padres. Focus on what's going on with the Diamondbacks. They're having a hot start, too. This whole division is having a hot start. So ride the wave. Feel good about it. It's week 1.
Let's take a quick break. Let's take 1 minute to talk some Warrior basketball.
Let's do it.
Giants go 5-1 on the road trip. They sweep the Houston Astros as Landon Roop goes 4 today. Bullpen ends up shutting it down. They get a home run from both, all three guys. It's Wilmer Flores, Lamont Wade Jr., and Luis Matos, who fills in center field for Jung Hoo Lee today. They all go yard. Giants win 6-3. Got to feel good on a 4-game win streak, 4 in a row on the road, coming home behind Justin Verlander. As big last night, the Warriors get a big win over the Memphis Grizzlies.
Huge.
Steph goes for 52 on a night where also the Denver Nuggets lose. So the rest of this week gets very intriguing.
Pressure's on, mama.
Told you this yesterday. They're entering a head-to-head matchup with the Lakers where they're 2 games back of the 4 seed. A win against LA tomorrow would put them a game back in the 4 with a tilt with the number 3 seed Denver on Friday. I want all 3 of these, I told you. All 3 this week, and then next week we'll deal with Houston. We'll get into
whatever.
It's Sunday. Sunday's next week. We'll get into this next. Warriors with a huge win. We'll take a look at the standings in the Western Conference and what we should be watching before they take on the Lakers. God, got to beat LA tomorrow. More to come. Dirty Work on the Sports League.
You know, a lot of people go to college for 7 years.
I know. They're called doctors.
Giants manager Bob Melvin joined Murph and Marcus this morning to chat about the Giants' hot start as the team returns home for opening day Friday. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Your home for everything Giants and Young Tony.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And Steph behind Draymond hitting a three. And that's 13 years of playing together. Shot clock at 3, over 80. Curry's got another three. Steph, how hot am I? He's yet to miss. 5 of 5 from the field, 4 of 4 from deep. Draymond set that ball screen. Steph's got another three. That's so good. Man, it's fun to watch Draymond Green and Steph Curry work together. Curry, he shot that from Nashville. Draymond just picked his pocket. Draymond Green took it away. And then leading the break, Curry somehow caught it and hit a three. That went from turnover to triple in 2 seconds. Curry, deep three. He's got 8 in the first half. 8 of 10. Curry doing everything tonight. Beautiful steal. Wanted that three in transition. Step back and got it. He's got 11 made threes. Corner three. Got it. He's got 12 threes. How about he didn't make a field goal the last time he was in this building. He's going to leave with 52 points tonight. You remember that. What a win for the Dubs.
Hell of a night for Steph Curry, man. 52 points. He makes 12 three-pointers. Woo! By the way, Jimmy Butler, 27 on 7 of 11 shooting. He was 12 of 12 from
he was money in the fourth quarter getting to the line. He was incredible last night.
He was as good as he could have been as a Warriors. I mean, they needed every bit of it, too. 134-125 final. They claim the 5 spot, a half-game lead now over Memphis, 2 back of the 4 spot as they have a head-to-head matchup with the number 4 seed Lakers in L.A. tomorrow night before they come home.
Playoff preview?
A team they're 2.5 behind the Denver Nuggets, who lost last night in double overtime.
That game was incredible.
I was watching that game for a while, and then I was watching the game cast of it. I wasn't at home anymore.
Yeah.
So I was just standing there watching the game cast in a bar. I was like refreshing. I was like, Jokic has 61, and I said to my buddy as we're watching it, my buddy Saba, I was like, dude, I don't think they're going to win if it takes him doing all of this.
Yeah,
Tom used to talk about that a lot. When he has to be the focal point of the offense, they're not at their best. He's at their best when he's racking up 17 assists, when he's distributing for everybody else. Denver, I mean, that to me, that Denver loss last night, if you're a Warrior fan or you're a team scoreboard watching for where they can go.
It's not great.
So what I would say for Denver is that feels like when like the Dodgers and the Padres are both ahead of the Giants in the National League West in the standings, and you're clamoring to like gain some footing. All I'm rooting for is those games go and you don't get it anymore. All I'd root for is like a 17-inning game where both bullpens get chewed. That's what that was for me in that Denver game. So even though Denver doesn't play today, I don't think they don't play today, do they?
Denver? Not that I saw.
No, I was looking at the and they don't play. Do they play tomorrow?
Possibly.
If they played, I mean, I hate the 2 days off for them, but you'd like to see them, as worn as possible prior to having to play the Warriors.
Oh yeah.
Denver plays tonight against the Spurs after a double overtime loss.
Okay.
Last night they're at home against San Antonio.
We'll see if Jokic plays in that game.
I mean, should be a win, but then an off day tomorrow before they play the Warriors on Friday here.
Yeah, I mean, not great for the Warriors to have this long road trip. I mean, L.A. is, hour, flight, but it's not great to have that back-to-back. Regardless, last night, Steph Curry was incredible. Would love to see him get the record over Klay Thompson, but didn't call for that. Didn't happen. Steph was amazing. Draymond Green with a triple-double last night. And yeah, the 5 seed, they have it. It just made me feel a little uneasy watching that Timberwolves game and the Nuggets game with the Timberwolves. They're catching steam now. And they have a much easier schedule than the Warriors do down the stretch.
Timberwolves look good, and I saw Anthony Edwards is out here running his mouth, and I was like, I don't need that.
Yeah.
I was like, that scares me.
But
Anthony Edwards is a guy, he's one of those guys who I think, like as his career goes on, it wouldn't shock me if he were on teams that might be somewhat inferior, but he has the Jimmy Butler factor. Like, I think he's a guy who's like, all right, what's there, a week left, 2 weeks left of the season? And we got a playoff hunt in us. I think he can be that guy.
Oh, no, he's fearless.
He is that guy. I think he's that guy.
And he's going to attract veterans to come play for him. Watch out for Kevin Durant to join the Minnesota Timberwolves this summer.
God damn, and they're saying that's all but done in Phoenix. They're saying barring some massive change in what happens if they make a run, if they get into the playoffs and they're, a game and a half out of the 10? And even then, who gives a damn? But if he's barring something crazy, he's gone.
I mean, just focusing on the Warriors, though, last night, I think it was the biggest win of the year. And I take out what the Memphis Grizzlies are going through right now with firing their coach and all the losing they've been through. It felt like a playoff game last night. And the Memphis Grizzlies played awesome. Ja Morant, despite him shooting the guns for whatever the hell reason that was.
So that was so ridiculous to me. Ja Morant did and then they put it in like the promo as they cut to break. Ja Morant doing the double. Dude, because I
was
said,
like, Jesus.
Everybody didn't see it. Ja Morant, he like made a shot, and then he did the double guns. It was like 2 machine guns.
You know it's bad when Draymond even looks at him like, what are you doing, bro?
He did
what
that.
What are you doing?
And then they put it in one of those like cut to break promos where it's like doing a little flash of highlights. And I sent it to Derek and Tim. I taped it, and I was like, what is John doing? He can't be doing that. And then he tweets out today because they're talking about it. And I guess Buddy Hield, there's something with him involved too. Is there something like that? Did he do some celebration?
Oh no, Buddy Hield shot back at him.
Yeah, he can't do that. Can't shoot back. Can't shoot once.
Oh, come on. They're firing T-shirt cannons. Like, who was it? Drake London, when he had that touchdown this year, and Raheem Morris was like, yeah, he was firing off a T-shirt cannon. We're not going to get into that.
I mean, it's 25. We're to the point where you can't even smell your finger anymore for a first down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true.
You can't even do that smelly finger.
Okay, which would you say last night was their biggest win of the year, considering what was at stake? The fact that they could climb to the 5 seed, and I know.
Yeah, dude, I told you yesterday it's the biggest game of the season. I said that before the game, and I what I kept saying to you was when they top somebody or they jump into another spot, I stop looking back. I know you're like, Minnesota's coming, Clippers are coming. Doesn't matter. You control your own destiny once you jump other teams. They own the tiebreak with Memphis now. 3-1 on the season. If they finish with the same record and they're the 6 and Memphis is the 5, they're the 5. Like
I feel very comfortable with that.
So that's why I said yesterday to you, I said, I'm looking at this as 5 is on the table now, of course, because you could claim it as of last night's win. But I said also, dude, 4 has to be on the table because if you win, Lakers are idle and you're 2 back with a head-to-head against them and games to play, plus the Denver game the next day. You have a chance. I mean, when I said to you yesterday was 4 might be the ceiling, it's not insane now to say that if the right chips fall and they keep winning, 3 is the ceiling based on 2.5 back. There's so much that can still change. I'm not looking at Denver yet. Tomorrow's the biggest game that I can remember for the Warriors. They get a head-to-head with the Lakers in L.A. before they come home.
First time with Luka, first time with Jimmy.
And again, if you end up playing the Lakers in a series, it's more likely, I think, at this point, that if you end up playing anybody that's not Denver in a series right now, it's maybe more likely you're playing that on the road. But getting to 4 is your opportunity to host a series in the first round, and then everything changes. Then your fortunes change, and that's why now the magnitude of what you're hunting for doesn't have to just be 6. You can be greedy. You can decide we're going for
I'm
the
not
4.
there yet. I just want to see them.
If they beat the Lakers, then it has to be there.
No, I know, but it's all. I mean, yes, because everything's so jumbled right now in the Western Conference. Everything is for the taking. But with the Minnesota Timberwolves on their heels, I just want to see them stay afloat. I want to see them keep winning. These next 2 games will be their biggest test yet. They play the Lakers, who they've had their struggles with this whole season, and definitely the Denver Nuggets that dates back to when they lost or when they won the championship. They haven't beat the Denver Nuggets since then, since that first round playoff win. So this will be a true test. But, I mean, what could you say about Steph Curry? Last night was incredible, 52 points.
Vintage.
And he even said he needed the rest. How about that, Copes? He needed the rest. Draymond said it was good for him to get the rest and everything. I know that, obviously.
He was injured.
I know.
It's easy to say that when you didn't play anyway.
But he needed the full week to come back and be at 100%. It's just during that time, as I've said before.
He was sleepy. He needed it to heal up.
Yeah, I know. He needed to heal up, but they were saying it was good for him. And I agree.
They were under 500 without him. Like, it wasn't positive.
I was just hoping that they could be able to pick up the slack, regardless of all that.
Look at how much better Jimmy is with him on the court. You know
I know. And then with what Jimmy did last night, like I think we're all expecting him to go, Miami mode when Steph's not on the court.
That was kind of it.
Well, it was perfect last night. That's what you want to see for Jimmy Butler, is when you're in a clutch game, when you're in a close game, he takes it over in the fourth quarter, he gets to the line, he takes it out of the Memphis Grizzlies' hands. That's what you want to see Jimmy Butler do as a number 2.
We've already seen him do it a couple of times, even without. I mean, we saw him do it when Steph was off the floor against Brooklyn. We saw him do it as well in that game without Steph against Milwaukee. We got to take a quick break. After I let you know the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is underway, go to KNBR.com to check your bracket standings and see how you compare with me in the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday. Giants come home on Friday after a 6-game road trip to open the season where they go 5-1. Elliot Ramos gets an extra base hit in every one of the games to tie a Giants record set by Felipe Alou back in '63. And we'll talk Giants baseball with one of my favorite Giants ever. We'll do it next. Kirk Reuter. How about that? Woody joins Dirty Work for the first time next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Kirk is 2 for 2, a single and a double, 2 batted in, lines one to left field, right along the line. That one is a base hit. It hits the foul line. Coming in to score is Crespo. Coming around third, Mirabelli, he scores. The throw goes into second, offline, and Reuter is in there standing with another double. I knew they shouldn't have pitched to him. His third hit, and he has his third and fourth RBIs of the day, and it is 10-0 Giants.
I do not believe it.
Sometimes you got to do it yourself, man. Kirk Reuter, the great Kirk Reuter. Woody joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line, longtime San Francisco Giant, one of the all-time great lefties in Giants history. What's up, Kirk? How are you, man?
Hey, Kirk.
Hey, I'm a lot better after hearing that. That never gets old.
Dude, and I was hearing that because we're doing the 25-year anniversary of the ballpark, of course, this year. You were the first Giant to ever start a game at Pac Bell Park back in 2000. That had to be 2000 because it's Mirabelli and was that Felipe Crespo rounding third there?
Crespo was there, and yeah, Mirabelli was the opening day catcher. He kind of became my personal catcher for a year or two there. I kind of dusty. I didn't throw hard enough or anything, so if we were getting guys in, I was always the guy. I remember when Brian Johnson came over in '97. His first career start with us was we were in St. Louis, and Dusty said, "Hey, you're going with Brian tomorrow, so get with him before the game and figure something out."
Woody, Kirk Reuter, the guy you hear on the Yuma guest line here. Yeah, I mean, you were you were an all-around ball player, dude. I felt like they'd use you to pinch run at times. Dusty would throw you out there. You were a guy that felt like always had your spikes on, even on a day where you weren't pitching. They'd bring you up to drop down a sack bunt. You could hit. Giants had some good hitters that were pitchers at the time. I felt like Schmidt had some. Russ could handle the bat a bit. Levo had some power. But it was an all-around game for you guys back then, and you contributed in ways that weren't just on the mound, and you were a different style pitcher.
Well, those guys were way better hitters than me. All those guys you named. Estes even hit a grand slam in one of his games. So, I mean, those guys could legitimately hit, and they always would make fun of me and BP because I would just try and hit the screen in front of Rags throwing BP to us because Rags would give us a home run if we could hit a line drive on the screen. So I didn't swing for power, but I could sack bunt, and over the years I learned to keep my spikes on. I know a funny story. One time Ron Wotus, the bench coach for so many years, he yelled at me because I was walking down those steps. You know how tall those steps are in Oracle Park now, or Pac Bell when it was back then. But I was walking. He goes, "Hey, they're looking for you. You got to get your spikes on. They want you to," and I'm like, "Oh crap!" So I ran back up real fast, and I still had food in my mouth because I was eating the spread already and didn't think I was going to bunt. But I had to go out there. I got the bunt down.
Got it down.
I still had some food going down my throat.
Kirk Reuter with us, Woody on the Yuma guest line. 25 years at the ballpark. We'll celebrate it on Friday when they come on home after a 5-1 road trip. What do you remember? I mean, outside of the Elster home runs, what do you remember from that first start at Pac Bell Park?
Unfortunately, that's what I remember. I mean, I think if you talk to anybody that has played any kind of sports, or especially professional sports, you always remember the bad things a lot more than you do the good things. And I do remember that day, though, telling people, they were all, "Hey, how do you feel about throwing out the first pitch?" Because I actually got to throw out the first pitch of the exhibition, so the very first pitch too, when we played the Brewers. I don't know if you remember that, but it just worked out that I threw that first pitch, and then we went on the road, and I got to throw the opening day too. So the other starters were like, "That's not fair. He's throwing out both opening pitches." But I do remember the Elster things more. I was actually texting the other day with some of the guys, and they were saying opening, coming out there, and I said, "Oh, yeah, well," I said, "don't invite Mirabelli because he put down the wrong fingers that day."
Yeah, right.
I gave up home runs. So, but it was very special. I mean, I know the city was waiting for it, and us players. obviously we were waiting for it, and I had been there the whole time. You know, you always saw the countdown at Candlestick. They'd tear off the days, and so it was just awesome. And then to get to go there and play and be a part of that and be in the city, it was something I'll never forget. And obviously I'm looking forward to coming back 25 years later.
Well, I remember they like dug out home plate and they like helicoptered it across the city to go put it in at the new ballpark site. Kirk Reuter with us, Giants coming home for the home opener on Friday. I mean, that 2000 team, that season ended up being a special season. You guys go to the playoffs, and obviously the loss to the Mets. JT is the big home run off of the garage door. We get to start to see the nooks and crannies of the ballpark itself. Outside of 2002, and of course, you throw in Game 7. I wanted you so bad to be the starter in Game 7 that year as a kid. I was sweating it out and wanted you to take the ball, and you threw so sharp when you came in. But is there another year that stands out for you? I mean, 97 was a great run. 2000, a great run. 2001 just falls short. 2003, another one in Miami. Is there another year that stands out for you as a special one?
I mean, I think, and I always tell people, I mean, I think 97 sticks out the most, and I think if you would ask anybody that was on the 97 team and some of the guys that had been there at the end of 96, that's when I got traded over to the Giants. Thank goodness that happened to me. But you know, I think that was the year, you know, we went to spring training and Sabes had made a lot of the trades that people were like, oh my gosh, what is he doing? Yeah. We don't even know these guys. You know, we were picked to finish last, and there's just something about, you know, proving people wrong. And I think we all came together and we gelled in spring training and Dusty obviously got us all on the same page, and we got off to that quick start and kind of that year. And especially, you know, if you can beat the Dodgers, that just kind of makes it that much sweeter. And I know those 2 games in September of that year will always live in my mind. I mean, that was an awesome atmosphere, and we almost had to beat them both games and to tie it up, and then we went on to win the West, you know, a couple weeks later. And so that year obviously sticks out just because it was my first time of getting into the postseason. Yeah. And like I said, we weren't expected to do anything. And I think after that year, you know, we kind of would like to think we kind of set the table of, okay, hey, you know, the Giants are back, and this is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to win, and we're supposed to be in the playoffs. And thankfully, you know, that's what I loved about the Giants organization. As a player, all you can ask for is a chance. You know, baseball's such a long season, and guys can get hurt, and stuff just happens in sports. But they always gave us a chance. And like you said, all those years, we were right there. I mean, there wasn't a year that I was in San Francisco that I'm in June or July thinking that we still can't go to the playoffs, you know, once September hits. And that's a great feeling to have as a player. So, but I think 97 kind of set that tone. And like you said, 2000 was awesome. I still think that might have been our best team. I mean, we had guys, I think that team had like 5 or 6 guys that might have hit over 20 homers. Yep. Or, I mean, we were pretty stacked, and just kind of ran into some bad luck, you know, with the Mets. But I think that team was one of our most talented teams, was the first year at the park.
Can you talk a little bit about the culture that Brian Sabean established in 1997, Kirk? Because I think the Giants are kind of going through it right now with Buster Posey coming back, some lean years with Farhan Zaidi, and now it seems like the franchise is going in the right direction. Can you talk a little bit about what Brian Sabean came in and started with you guys in 97?
Oh yeah, he was awesome. I mean, him and Ned Colletti, you know, kind of were there and setting that tone, and just what they brought. You know, they were going out to get certain guys, and they just had that vision and that knack for, you know, getting the talent that they thought they could blend together, and kind of what guys could play to the park, especially when we moved into, you know, the new stadium. They kind of identified what they thought, you know, would work well in that stadium and to be successful. And they went out and got those guys. And like I said, then the trade deadline, they were always, you know, adding on, you know, and that's a great feeling, you know, just, hey, if we can keep it close, you know, Sabes is going to do something. He's going to reload us for those last 2 months and give us a chance to get into the playoffs. And so that, and you know, you don't think of that too much, you know, probably as a fan or anything, but as a player, when you got that in the back of your mind that your organization is going to go all in, you know, from the owners on down, it just kind of gives you a great feeling, and like it makes you expect that you're supposed to win. And that's what you want as a player. I was fortunate that, like I said, I didn't have to sit there in, you know, June or July already and be 25 games out and already thinking what I was doing in the winter. I was always thinking we were going to the postseason, and that's what you wanted to do.
Kirk Reuter, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Dude, we have Rich Aurelia's on with us weekly. JT's one of our buddies. He comes on all the time, and he's obviously doing stuff with the team. But everybody says, and we knew even when you played, you were like the tournament bracket guy, and you might have been kind of a weasel about it from the way they talk about it. I don't really know. But in terms of your bracket, dude, how's it going? Do you enjoy a chalk tournament like we've gotten? Woody, how you doing?
I do, but if you know me at all, you know I don't like Duke because I'm a Carolina.
There you go. I know that.
Guy.
Yeah.
So anybody but Duke. That's who I'm rooting for. But now my wife we did do a pool back home with one of our community center in town here, and she pulled out Houston. So I'm actually kind of rooting for Houston twice because obviously I want them to beat Duke, and we got them in a pool. But my team that I picked in my bracket to win it was Florida.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just think they got a lot of good guards, and I think guard play wins in it'll be April now, but they always say March, and I like their guards. And I was actually texting JT last week when they were playing, Arizona was playing Duke, and I kidded him. I said, hey, maybe I can get a pool together for the Final Four when I'm out there. I said, I could use some extra money right now.
I could use some cash, dude. It's exactly how JT talks about it, too. He's like, dude, he would always just try to collect some cash. I'm like, yeah, this is good. We're all good for the pool. What you got to do?
So, Kirk, I just want to know, how valuable do you think Justin Verlander is going to be to Logan Webb this season? I mean, obviously, Logan Webb has already established himself as one of the best pitchers of baseball. But I'm assuming guys like Mark Gardner and Oral Hershiser and Danny Darwin helped you out when you were kind of coming up in your career.
Oh, I think he'll help him immensely. I mean, that experience is you can't get. I mean, you can be great for your first 5, 6, 7, but the guys that have been around for 20 years, I mean, that you can't replace that or you can't replicate that. And you know, Verlander's seen stuff and done stuff that, you know, most guys can just dream of what he's done, and he actually is still pitching and can kind of convey it to the other guys and how to prepare and how to go about your business. And I think that was a great pickup. I mean, and obviously he's still got the stuff, so it's not like he's throwing 75 or 80 miles an hour. He's going to go out and win, and when you can add that, I think that was awesome. And like you said, yeah, the guy Gardy, he was kind of like our dad, you know, with the young guys when I first got over there. He kind of would keep us in line and, you know, tell us, hey, you got to work out, you got to do this, you got to be out on the bench, you can't be horsing around. And so that experience just to teach you how to be a big league guy and how to go about your business and is invaluable. And they always say, you know, I know Kenny Hill, when I got called up to the Expos the first time, he had told me, you know, hey, it was pretty hard, you know, getting up here, wasn't it? And I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, you know, I never thought I would even. And he goes, yeah. He goes, now it's even harder. He goes, you got to try and stay. And, you know, so those guys, you know, just when they've been around and they've seen it, they can kind of give you that knowledge. And if you are willing, you know, to soak that in, it can do nothing but help.
You know, it's funny, Woody, the crazy crossovers in baseball. I'm looking at it right now. Justin Verlander debuted in 2005 on July the 4th.
I was still there then.
The second to last start, you made a start that day. You guys were on the same rotation. The second to last start of your career was the second start of Justin Verlander's career in 2005, the exact same day, July 23rd.
Oh, geez. Hey, see, maybe I'll get him to sign something for my kid then. I can relate that. I can relate that to Justin this weekend. Say, hey, I need you to sign something. We got something in common.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. I mean, he made a start 6 innings against the Detroit Tigers, July 23rd, 05. You made a start against the Marlins, July 23rd, 05. You can put both your numbers on there. You both wouldn't be happy with the results, I don't think, for his second start and your second to last.
I try and forget 05.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, so real quick, because I've always wondered, give me something funny or quirky from your shed? Like something that maybe would be a cool note or a sports piece of memorabilia that's unique to you or that you think is real cool and funky, but maybe not a total mainstream home run ball, something like that.
Oh, gosh. I got so much crap that guys have given me. I mean, something really stupid, and so you brought JT up.
Yeah.
He actually gave me, and I don't know how he did it, but his bat, we were in spring training one year, and they lacquered his bat so much, like with how they dipped the paint or however you do a bat, and he peeled his whole label, like with his name and everything. It just peeled right off the bat in one big piece. So I had him sign that, and so I got that in my shed. So I don't think many people could peel off a piece of their bat, just the paint, basically. It looks like paint, but it says JT Snow, and it has the bat number and all that. And so that's one crazy thing. Now, really, one good thing is obviously Barry gave me his wristbands from his 73rd home run. So that's not really mainstream, but that's a pretty good item that I have in my shed.
That's a pretty sweet one, dude. From 73, that's pretty sweet. Sunday afternoon, Barry's like, here, dude, put him in the shed, hang him up, dude. Have some fun,
not
man.
bad.
Kirk Reuter,
well, he was giving everything to the Hall of Fame guy. So
right,
I kind of, if you know me at all, I'm not bashful. And I was like, hey, come on, B, you got to give me something for the shed. I said, don't give it all to the Hall of Fame.
Did you ever get any memorabilia of your own in the Hall of Fame for any reason?
Gosh, I think I'm in there for something. Like my name is there. Well, no, I'm on a something because we were the first interleague game.
That's right. Texas.
97. Yeah. We were the very first interleague game in Texas. So I think I'm in there for whatever. I don't know if there's a piece of it. I know. Hey, they weren't asking me for my spikes or glove like they were Barry that year. Every game we had a guy in there wanting something from me.
Yeah, everything was memorabilia. Kirk Reuter on the Uma guest line. Dude, so much fun to talk to you. We'll catch up again throughout the season. We'll try to say hi to you at the ballpark on Friday, man, as we celebrate 25 years at Oracle Park. Was Pac Bell when Kirk threw the first ever pitch there back in 2000. We'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kirk.
All right. I will look forward to Friday, guys.
See you later, bro. Good stuff, man. Oh, dude, the great Kirk Reuter.
What a.
How cool is that?
That's cool.
Dude, how about he's got like a JT Snow snake skin from his bat, like peeled off. It's pretty fun. I wonder if Big JT remembers doing that, peeling that off and then signing it for him, having him hang it up. That was pretty cool. That was pretty sweet.
Look at you.
How about the crossover of he and Verlander?
Yeah.
They crossed paths for like a month in the big leagues in 2005.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane, dude. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants win 5 of 6 on their opening road trip against Cincinnati. They sweep Houston. They're coming on home. Vibes are good.
Vibes are good.
Vibes are good. And we got an off day for the Giants tomorrow so we can focus on the dubs and taking down the Lakers.
Yeah.
How sweet would that be? Roll into LA to end this road trip, win that game, and then turn your sights to Denver.
It would definitely sweep anything under the rug as far as all the losses they had against them earlier this year. And you would feel better about them going into possibly a first-round matchup with the Lakers.
You know what else I should tell you is that the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is underway. Go to KNBR.com to check your bracket standings and see how you compare with me in the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Woody's going to get together a pool for the tourney this weekend, he said.
Nice.
He said, I need some extra cash. Let's just take some from guys. Yeah, it's in the mail. Take care of that.
He's just like collecting from like JT and everybody sees at the reunion on Friday.
Right. Niners Nightly coming up with Larry Krueger at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. We will put the show to bed when we come on back. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors notched a huge win last night, 134-125, to leapfrog Memphis into the 5th spot in the West, with the Wolves, Clips, and Grizz in hot pursuit. Steph Curry went cheat code mode with 12 threes en route to a 52-burger in the win. If you've ever eaten 52 burgers, tell us about it on the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to chat burgs.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
You became the light on the dark side of me. Lord,
Dirty Work put the show to bed on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. I assume this is all for the late Val Kilmer.
Yeah, I had to change it up today. Usually we do Dirty Work, Steely Dan. But when you think of this song, you think of Batman Forever. You think of the star of that movie, Val Kilmer, who
think
might
of Batman
have been
Forever when you hear this song?
Of course. You don't?
It's a great movie. I mean, I enjoy Batman Forever.
And I would make the argument, maybe Val Kilmer's not the best Batman of all time.
He's I thought he was pretty good. I remember being a kid and kind of, certainly better than where they went next with Clooney.
Clooney? I'm a Clooney guy.
He's the worst.
Yeah. But
like when Clooney passes, we're going to play like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Of course.
Mr. Freeze.
Of course we will. No, but Val Kilmer, I mean, what can you say besides all the great movies he's been in? Top Gun, Tombstone,
of course.
Top Secret, often slept on comedy. Yep. Honestly, my favorite role he was ever in, I can't say the character he played because it's too raunchy, but MacGruber as the villain.
MacGruber.
He was fantastic in MacGruber. Gone way too soon. Honestly, the sequel to Top Gun, I'm not a Top Gun guy, but the sequel to Top Gun, the scene that Tom Cruise and him did together when Val was going through cancer and everything, if that doesn't get you, you're made out of stone. So rest in peace to Val Kilmer.
Yeah, one of the great actors. Tim, you got a thought on Val Kilmer?
Tombstone is one of my all-time favorite movies. He's also great in Real Genius, and a very, awesome little 80s comedy movie. But how do you sleep on him as Doc Holliday?
Why, Johnny Ringo. You look like somebody just walked over your grave.
Should have won an Oscar.
Don't forget, he also played in Entourage. He was the weed Sherpa.
Oh, that's right.
He's the Sherpa. You got to go to the Sherpa to get weed when everybody's dry but him.
Also, Heat.
He's great.
Incredible in Heat. He's incredible in that Doors movie. Just
he's in the Doors movie.
Oh, he's great in the Doors. Yeah. Yeah, Val Kilmer often slept on his career, I would say.
Gone too soon, Val Kilmer.
Yeah,
we knew he was battling throat cancer, and he passes away far too young. We'll get more into a lot of stuff, including the Warriors tomorrow as they get ready to take on the LA Lakers, down 2 games for the 4 seed, 2.5 for the 3, and they face both teams ahead of them, LA and Denver, in the next 2 days. We'll talk a lot about that tomorrow after the Giants have won 5 of 6 to open the season, 4 in a row at home. You got Elliot Ramos hitting, Wilmer Flores is hitting, and haven't even gotten much from Lamont Wade, really anything at all, the home run today, or Willie Adames.
Yeah, or Pat Bailey.
Pat Bailey got a big hit from him on opening day, but that's his only hit on the season. Let's get a note to self before Larry.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. The Giants are 5-1, and somehow it's still Farhan's fault.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Who knew our guy Dwayne would call in with a positive take?
Dude, you took mine, man. I was going right there with Dwayne, dude. Note to self.
Note to self.
Who knew that Kirk Reuter's second-to-last career start happened on the same day as Justin Verlander's second career start? They will cross paths on Friday when Verlander makes his debut, and Kirk Reuter joins all of us for a reunion of 25 years at the ballpark. The first guy to ever throw a pitch at Oracle Park. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Larry Krueger coming up next with Niners Nightly, and then you'll get some Sports Phone KNBR with Kerry Crowley tonight following a Giants 5-1 road trip. All good vibes as the Giants come home. Off day tomorrow, celebrating on the plane, and then they'll take on Seattle on Friday, all right here on The Sports Leader. Thanks to our guest, Kirk Reuter. Really fun to talk to him. Thanks for booking him, man. That was really cool.
I'm your Huckleberry.
You're my Huckleberry. Tim, nice work today, man. You were doing a lot with the phones. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
I'm your Huckleberry.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
And away we go. Niners Nightly, Larry Krueger with you on this April the 2nd. Hope everybody's having a great day. We have a fantastic hour of Niner talk coming your way. Some really interesting stuff. Bruce Feldman is one of my favorite guys. He writes for The Athletic, and he has his mock draft out. And he's so connected to all these different college people, and he's just always gets these anecdotes that nobody else seems to find. That's probably why The Athletic has hired him and made him one of their stars. So we'll tell you a little bit about what Bruce Feldman says about who he's got the Niners taking at 11 and what some of the insiders are saying about some of the guys that a lot of people are thinking that the 49ers are choosing between now and, of course, an NFL draft day, which is coming up towards the end of the month. So Bruce Feldman will tell you some of his stuff a little bit later on this hour. JD is going to join us, bottom of the hour. We'll talk a little Niners with JD. We'll get his thoughts. We start off, open up the phone lines here at 808 KNBR. 3 questions I want you to get in on tonight. And there's 2 articles that are really great that we're going to talk about today as well. Matt Barrows sat down with Kyle Shanahan. It's in The Athletic. It's really, really good. And then Tim Kawakami did a whole breakdown from the owners' meetings with Jed York and where he thinks the Niners are going as well. And that was in the San Francisco Standard. And there's some really interesting stuff in there. We're going to hit that in just a second. But 808 KNBR, there's 3 things because it looks like the Niners, after the quotes this week coming out of West Palm Beach, that it looks like they're probably going to get on the same page with Brock Purdy. And heck, Lynch said it maybe, don't hold me to it, but it could get done before OTAs. Brock wants to be there for OTAs. The Niners, want to get a good deal. Brock's agent wants to get a good deal. Brock's agent is not a big name agent, so he wants to make sure that he, does right by his client here. And gets Brock every penny that any agent would get him. So I think it gets done, but it's interesting because when the discussions are about the deal getting done, Niner fans seem to be in 2 distinctly different camps. There's the camp of good. Get this guy signed. He's our guy. Let's start building this new era of 49er football around Brock Purdy. Get it done. Get him in camp. Don't have another holdout situation. Move on to building the team around him. That's one sentiment. And the other sentiment, and when the price tag is rumored to be between 50 and 55 million, this group is like, yeah, all right, pay him. Yeah, that sounds about right. Guy's been to the Super Bowl. He's their guy. He's a good representative for the franchise on the field, off the field. Yeah, pay him. He's been to the Super Bowl. He's proven his mettle. Pay this guy whatever the going rate is. If it's 50 to 55, work it out. 3-year deal, 4-year deal, how much guarantee, blah, blah, blah. It's all whatever. But pay the guy. That's one camp. The other camp is, no, don't pay the guy. Whatever you do, don't pay him. Don't give him 50. Offer him 30 and tell him take it or leave it. Don't pay this guy. And there's more than a few people in that camp as well. And I want to open up the phone lines and just get a sense of the real Niner fan. If you're a real Niner fan, driving around listening to KNBR on April the 2nd. And by the way, how great are the Giants playing right now? How amazing was that series in Houston? That was so enjoyable. And I talked to Landon Roop in the clubhouse a couple weeks ago too, and I love that guy. Marty's like he one time killed a bear. I'm like, really, Marty? I didn't know that.
Great job, brother.
And the game was rained out due to rain. I love me some Marty, and Marty's becoming a dominant force on YouTube as we go here. But there are people that are like, no, do not pay this guy. He doesn't have the arm. He doesn't have the talent. He had one good year. Run from him. Don't pay him. Make him play on the franchise tag. Whatever you do, don't pay him more than $30 million. Don't even think about paying him $50 million. And there's that camp. And there seem to be a lot of people in that camp. And maybe those are just the louder people in Ninerland, but there's definitely a sentiment that's like, hell to the no. It's like, do not pay Brock Purdy going rate. Do not pay Brock Purdy $50 to $55 million. Biggest mistake ever. You'll sink the franchise and blah, blah, blah. Truth be told, I think it's going to be a 3-year deal for about $150 million, and maybe a lot of it guaranteed. Maybe most of it guaranteed. Maybe all of it guaranteed. How about that? 3 years, $150, $50 million a year. Right on the nice round numbers, all of it guaranteed. Could you go for that? So where are you as a Niner fan? Are you in the camp that says, you know what, pay him, and let's start building this thing around him and pay him the going rate? If it's 50 to 55, then pay him 50 to 55. Get it done. Don't have him hold out. Have him be there when the team convenes post draft. Are you in that camp, or are you in the no? Do not pay this guy. Please, please, Kyle. Please, John. Please, Jed. Don't do it. It's a huge mistake. Which camp are you in? I'd love to know. 808 KNBR. The other question I have for you is, who do you not want the Niners to take at 11? I'm going to do a show after the draft on KNBR. It's going to be a 2-hour post game on Thursday night, after round 1 of the draft. We're going to take your calls. Who's going to be lined up saying, and if the Niners draft, who is going to make you go, no, God, no. Oh, my God. Lynch needs to be fired. Shanahan needs to be dumped. These guys, the regime needs to be changed. This is it. Who is the guy that you really, really don't want? Okay. And then give me the guy that you do. Give me the one player that you say, you know what? They got this guy. It's been a success. That's what I want to hear from you at 808 KNBR here. We'll talk to JD, bottom of the hour, fired up about that. We'll play you some of the Feldman. I'll read you some of the Feldman cuts on some of the top prospects from some of the insiders. But pay Brock Purdy, or no, don't pay him. Who do you want to stay? Who do you want the Niners to stay away from? Absolutely don't draft this guy by any stretch at number 11. And who is the one player that you would say success? For me, I'm going to say my one success player, I'm going to say Kenneth Grant. I just think he's a monster. Big defensive tackle from Michigan. I love him. Not Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, 6'3", 330, moves like a guy who's 275, 280. If you get that guy, the draft's been a success in my mind. Who do I not want to see them take at 11? I'd probably say Kelvin Banks. I think he's just kind of big, ordinary player on a great college football team at Texas. And as far as pay Purdy 50 or more or 50 or less, I'm saying pay him 50 or more. And if you want to make it a short-term deal so you've got flexibility to get out, then do it. But don't pay this guy $35 million and disrespect him. He's as good as Tua, all right? He should make as much as Tua. He's as good as Lawrence. He should make probably as much as Lawrence. And if not as much, in the same neighborhood. That's the way I see it. All right, 808 KNBR, the phone number. Let's go to the lines. Let's take a couple calls before we break here. KJ's in Sacramento on The Sports Leader. What's up, KJ?
Hey, how you doing, boss?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I have one quick question and a statement to follow up that question. So, sure. Right now, I know it's too late into the draft process to even consider this, but would you trade Brock Purdy for the number 1 pick to Tennessee? Would you make that trade?
No. And I love Cam Ward. Love Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward's really good, and I think he's going to be a really good quarterback. But here's the thing about it. This is why you can't trade an existing player that's doing it for a draft pick almost in like 90% of the situations, because you just don't know who that draft pick's going to be, and you don't know how that draft pick's going to go. He could look good on paper. Hey, you know what? We'll get rid of Buckner, and we'll get a pick, and we'll take Kinlaw, and he'll be cheaper, and it'll be great, except it didn't work because Buckner's really special, and draft picks have a failure rate. So I mean, if Brock Purdy were, 38, yeah, then I would absolutely move on. But at 24, 25-year-old Brock, everything I know about him is the way I've seen him play under pressure, the way he handles the spotlight. You'd be rolling a major roll of the dice, and I'm not that big of a gambler. I love Cam Ward, but I got, like all prospects, I got a few questions, and that would be risky. If there was one quarterback I would go for, it would be Cam, but that I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. KJ, you got something else for us?
Yeah. So my statement following that is, so I would, in fact, trade Brock Purdy for this year's number one and ask for their next year's and try to get my boy from Texas, good old Arch Manning. What do you think about that?
You know, I haven't seen him. I mean, I know he's part of the Manning group, and I understand the lineage and the whole thing. And heck, I've known Archie for a long time. I've interviewed Peyton before. I've interviewed Eli before. So I mean, I'm a Manning fan. I'll say this though: go watch the kid at A&M before you go get all set on Arch Manning. Go watch the quarterback at Texas A&M because he is really good. And that's the guy, to me, if I were the Niners, I'd keep an eye on that kid. That kid's got a lot of talent. All right. Give me Jimmy in Brisbane on KNBR. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, man, thanks for the call here. I think you got to pay Brock. I mean, you look around the league, and there's so much mediocre quarterback play. And Brock has played at such a high level. He's taken you to Super Bowl. He shows that he's like a great match for Shanahan's offense. So you pay him market rates. There's plenty of mediocre quarterbacks in the league. We're not in quarterback hell. We got the guy. I mean, we totally dodged a bullet by getting him in the draft as we gave up 3 threes to get Trey Lance, and that blew up. So we found a diamond in the rough. He's proved that he can do it. Pay him market rates.
And I mean, to me, it seems pretty basic. Tim Kawakami, by the way, in his latest piece in the Standard, I referenced that off the start. He said today, any new Purdy deal likely will involve more than $120 million in guarantees. So, I mean, heck, it sounds to me like they're thinking a short-term deal with a huge percentage of the deal guaranteed. And it gives the franchise, if they need the escape hatch after 3 years, they probably get the escape hatch, and it takes care of Brock handsomely, gets him, life-altering generational wealth, and it gives the 49ers contractual control over the player. People say, well, let him play on the option at $5.2 million. I don't want to see Brock hold out, but if I was his agent, there's no way I would let him play for $5.2 million. No way. And what? Break his neck and potentially lose out on generational wealth for $5.2 million? No, he can't do that. They got to get a deal done. And if it involves $100 to $120 million in guarantees, obviously we got the more guaranteed money, the less the AAV. So if you want an AAV that's Mahomes-esque, then there's going to have to be, a whole lot of guaranteed money. That's how you get around that little, the AAV being too high. So if you want an AAV between 50 and 55 million, you probably are staring at a guaranteed bill of 120, maybe 125. I could see a 3-year, $150 million deal with 125 guaranteed. I mean, it sounds like a huge guarantee, but are you all in or are you not all in? And I think they should be all in on this guy. They're saying they're all in. Jed York called him a top 10 quarterback. All right. If he's a top 10 quarterback, then eventually that means you're going to pay him like a top 10 quarterback. Anyway, appreciate the phone call, and it opens up a line at 808 KNBR. Let's take one more here. Rob's in Salinas on the Sports Leader. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Larry. Bolinas, but that's all right.
Bolinas. Okay, there's a big difference between Bolinas and Salinas.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so I would say pay Purdy.
Okay.
Hopefully he's got more upside, But yeah, I'd say pay him. If it doesn't go right, then you got to do something next time. But I think he's proved that he can lead the team, and he's a pretty accurate passer. they need to obviously block for him. Now, to help him, my go-to guy in the draft is,
who do you want?
His name is Tyler Warren from Penn State. He's a tight end.
He's an epic player for sure.
I think
huge player, great blocker.
And they're drafting for needs. You know, Kittle's not going to be around forever. You got a 2 tight end pass receiving tandem. That's who I'd go with. Now, as far as stay away from, sorry, I just don't. I don't know.
You're not on that level. Yeah, I hear you.
No,
but you like the big tight end though, as the start of the draft.
I think he's a can't miss player.
I do too. You know, that's the thing too. And, you know, it's funny. And I appreciate the phone call, Rob. Have a great night in bulliness. You know, a guy I used to work with in the Canadian League used to say the draft is totally about identifying false favorites. Every one of these guys is the best player on their team. You know, they're the star. Every coach you talk to on campus we love Bob. Are you kidding me? Bob's amazing. Everybody's the best player at their school, the best player in the conference, the best player anybody's ever seen in that part of the universe. I mean, it's about identifying false favorites. There's going to be a massive failure rate. And why are these guys going to fail? And then you got to figure out why. And sometimes they fail because, they don't work hard. Sometimes they fail because they got bad ethics and they just bad guys. Sometimes they fail because their body fails them. Hey, like the mind was willing and their body just failed them. They just couldn't get it going. I kind of feel like Jalen Hurd was kind of like that. You know, he was a pretty good player and he was kind of a dog. I remember seeing him at practice and in training camp that first year. He's kind of tough, but his body just failed him. The knee wouldn't hold up, and that's what happens sometimes. So the draft is about identifying false favorites, figuring out if these guys are going to fail, why are they going to fail, and then trying to avoid, you're minimizing risk, right? You're trying to figure out who's going to be the healthiest and that kind of thing. But it's a hard thing to do. But if you look at the failure rate of the draft, what you'll see is that for as much as like we're talking up these guys, most of them, I would say like for every, 5 guys in the draft, 2 of them can't play dead, aren't going to be in the league like 3 years from now. And to find like a great player like the Niners found Charles Haley in the 86 draft, or potentially how the Niners found Dom Pooney a year ago, who's, one guy's a Hall of Famer. The other guy's, the hope is that he'll be a Hall of Famer someday. You can set your franchise up in a great, great way. And the Niners need a huge effort. By the way, and we appreciate the phone call. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. Let's come back. Bob's hanging in Saratoga. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Pay Purdy or don't pay him. Are you in the camp that says, yeah, pay him? Or are you in the camp that's like, no, God, no, don't do it. You'll set yourselves back. Who's the guy that you definitely want to stay away from on draft day? Who is the guy that you would say, you know what, they got this guy. It's been a huge success. And then JD's going to join us bottom of the hour. We'll tell you about Bruce Feldman's, some of the talk about some of the top prospects coming out in Bruce Feldman's latest piece in The Athletic. 808 KNBR, the number. We'll come back and take more of your calls next. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors notched a huge win last night, 134-125, to leapfrog Memphis into the 5th spot in the West, with the Wolves, Clips, and Grizz in hot pursuit. Steph Curry went cheat code mode with 12 threes en route to a 52-burger in the win. If you've ever eaten 52 burgers, tell us about it on the YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to chat burgs.
I mean, last year, I think he was like the 30th highest paid college quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. So when guys with NIL are making more than a third-year NFL pro, like there's something wrong with the system with not being able to extend guys earlier in the NFL.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
Kyle Strongton, the agent for Brock Purdy, was loving Jed York this week. He had to be smiling ear to ear when Jed York was asked, hey, is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback? Jed's like, hey, when you find somebody who's a top 10 quarterback that can help you continually win football games, you have to make that decision, talking about the decision to commit to a massive contract extension with Brock Purdy. Now the deal is just actually getting it done. And we're asking you tonight at 808 KNBR here on Niners Nightly on this Wednesday, do you want the Niners to pay Purdy? Yeah, pay him his money. Or are you in that camp? No, I'm deathly afraid. Don't pay him. And so far, everybody's like, hey, pay this guy. Pay this guy. If it was up to me, I'd say pay this guy. But I definitely want to hear from you guys. 808 KNBR. Bob's in Saratoga on the Sports Leader. Hey, Bob.
Hey, how you doing? I want to try to help out here. I've had 50 years experience on the corporate side in charge of compensation, but this is not a new idea. But you want to go on pay for performance. You pay him now a decent base salary that he's guaranteed, and then you set up a whole set of criteria: number of touchdowns, number of wins, number of completed passes. You know all the statistics that we hope he will do, and then you pay him for each of those a bonus, which gets him up. Higher. He has the opportunity, but he has to prove himself. So you don't give it all away at the beginning. And the other thing that's been unfair, I've heard him compared against other quarterbacks that have more experience. I think he has 3 years in the NFL. You don't want to compare him with a guy with 6 years or 10 years because they got more experience. They should be paid more. So that's just some ideas. The 49ers know how to do this, and they're going to do a good job. I have a lot of faith in John Lynch and the whole company, but your statement is, hey, look, dangle the carrot a little bit, pay the man his due, but then make it, if you're going to get him into that crazy area, attach some protections, if you will, or some incentives so that we're all going to the bank together, so to speak. We're all winning together. Yeah, that's together. And I think other teams are doing that too, but that's the right way to go, to be fair to him. But make sure we're not comparing him to another quarterback that's making a hell of a lot more, but he's got more experience. Just compare him with the guys with 3 years in the NFL and see how he compares with those guys.
Now, Bob, can we ask you one question on your way out the door?
Sure.
If it came down to just a real basic, is Brock in your generic the guy statement, would you say he is the guy or isn't the guy, or you're not sure and thus you want to be protected?
Well, he's the best quarterback we've had since probably Young and Joe. The thing is, he still has a lot to prove, but at the same time, he has done well. And the real reason the 49ers are down is because of all the injuries and the holdouts and the guys that got injured because they didn't go to practice. And you can't play that violent game without spending 30 or 40 days or 2 months getting in shape so you don't get hurt. And that's why, I would like to see Ayuk traded, because their attitude is all about the money. And so was the fellow they already let go. I mean, these guys, we want guys that are team players, and it's not, their number one item is not how much I'm going to make. It's winning with our teammates, so they ought to have a psychiatrist on the evaluation team when they bring guys in. And if a guy's selfish and all he cares about is the money, you ought to pass on him. And as far as the draft, they do. They get a. I mean, I'm not saying they, as far as that on that particular topic, but they have a real good idea of who they're drafting, who they're adding to the room. They spend a lot of time, and that's what the scout's job is, to find. Anybody can tell you the 40 time. We can all watch the combine.
It's about, hey, I was on campus, I talked to these people, and this is the essence of the player. This is what he's really like when the lights aren't on and don't shine bright. This is what you're buying, in other words. And they do that. They do their due diligence thoroughly. Bob, good stuff, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Opens up a line at 808 KNBR. Let me take one more or two more, and then we'll jump to JD. Ben's in Berkeley on the Sports Leader. Hey, Ben.
Hey, great show. You know, I'm thinking Brock Purdy, you know, he's a shorter quarterback. You know, the Niners are going to commit, $250 million to Brock? And that's a lot to ask, especially with the draft coming up. And, you know, probably Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are going to drop. So there's, Purdy was great when he was a rookie to this point, to when he has to sign. That's the value. That's the greatness of finding that quarterback. Once you have to pay him, the luxury is over. Now it's more of a burden.
So you don't want to pay him? You're saying don't pay him?
No way. You can't pay him the money. There's no way.
You threw out $250 million. I don't know where you got the $250 million. I don't think it's going to be $250 million.
I know, but that's what he wants. He wants money. The Niners don't want to pay him maximum. You're right. It's not $250. What is it? $175? Guaranteed?
Well, I mean, so if the Niners want to keep him for the next 3 years, they can keep him at roughly $100 million, 97 and something. So it's 3 years. So right now they're going to pay him 3 years and $33 million if they do nothing. So that's kind of like the floor, I would say. But I would say, 3 years, $150 million with most of it guaranteed is probably in between number. But we'll see. We'll see the way this shakes out. Give me Joel in San Rafael before we break here. Joel, you're on KNBR.
Hey, Larry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hello? Okay. Yep. When everybody thought Jimmy Garoppolo was a great quarterback, I didn't. And I saw Purdy in training camp, and he looked really good. I said, this guy's good. People said, oh, you're crazy. Then Jimmy gets hurt. Then they put in Trey Lance. He was not good. He got hurt. Then they put in Purdy, and he was great. He was totally great. Then he got injured. And since he's been injured, his arm is not the same. He can't throw the deep ball like a quarterback needs. And I've told you before, my solution is save the money, don't pay Purdy, save the money for a great offensive lineman, and put in Tanner Mordecai, who will be another star at a cheap price.
I like Tanner Mordecai, but that's asking a lot of Tanner Mordecai. And I'll say this. You're saying Purdy can't throw the deep ball. He's got the best QBR. I think he's got the best quarterback rating in football last year on the deep ball, on go patterns. Go follow Warren Sharp on X. And Warren Sharp, crunches some of the best numbers you're ever going to see. And that was one he spit out the other day. Anyway, Joel, appreciate the phone call. Opens up a line, 808 KNBR. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. John Dickinson's going to be in the house. We'll visit with JD and see what he's got to say on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday, and John Dickinson joins us this segment. The great John Dickinson, who is, does an amazing job covering all the teams, Niners, Giants, Warriors. I was just saying to Raph, JD, that, this ain't going to work. I mean, you got the Giants playing well. Steph's doing well. Niners, I guess I don't know if the Niners are doing well right now, but we can't have this much harmony in Bay Area. It's going to kill the radio station if we have this much harmony. I mean, we could need somebody to go on a 4-game losing streak or somebody to, do the wrong thing, because there's a lot of joy right now in Bay Area sports radio.
There definitely is, at least as it relates to the Warriors and the Giants right now. I still feel like the Niners are drawing a lot of fan angst with the way that the offseason has gone and so many question marks. The Brock Purdy deal not done yet. And then so many question marks for the draft, which is, it's funny. The draft is 3 weeks from tomorrow. It's pretty, yeah. It is coming up fast. And it's a pivotal night, round one, obviously, but really the 3 days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and all the picks they have, it's going to be really important, and I think it's important to kind of change the feeling a little bit about this 49ers offseason.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are not feeling too good. Barrows had a great piece in The Athletic today with Shanahan, and Shanahan's like, "Hey, man, I'm raring to go. I'm ready to go. We've had a longer off season than I want," and he's like, he's really fired up about the competition, and there's going to be all kinds of competition, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And Shanahan's like, we want to create that competition everywhere. We haven't had that here for a while, and he hinted at some positions of need. And basically what it sounds like, to sum it up, sounds like they definitely want to, they like that Robert Saleh's here because Saleh was the guy that helped them build up their defense last go-round. But clearly defensive line, offensive line, but maybe not interior offensive line. It sounds like offensive line-wise, they're looking for a swing tackle. Defensive line, it sounds like they're looking for a lot, right? Maybe 2 or 3 or 4 players. Yeah, interior players for sure. They got rid of both their starting tackles.
But run stuffers, rushers on the interior, rushers on the outside, everything.
You got a resume and you're a D lineman, you should apply. But offensive line, it sounds like maybe just a swing tackle, maybe not a guard or a center. It sounds like linebacker, very high on the list. It sounds like running back is definitely on their list. And it sounds like even though they need a kicker, it sounds like that's not on the list, that they're probably going to try to go for a veteran to compete with Jake Moody. So running back, linebacker, defensive line in all the spots, and maybe a swing offensive tackle. Is that's what at least it sounded like if you read the Barrows piece that Shanahan was saying are their needs going in. Do you think there's others that he didn't discuss?
No, that there may very well be, but I think that checks. Number one, defensive line. We've talked about it a ton. I do think they need to find somebody that can ride with Fred Warner at the linebacker spot and also maybe be the heir apparent to Fred Warner here as he starts to age. I think anytime you think swing tackle, I think of it as a little higher end than that. I think of it more as somebody who might be a swing tackle or a backup tackle now, but could project to be a starting tackle pretty soon on down the line. So I think you think a swing tackle, sometimes you think, oh, well, that's just a perennial backup type player. He may be initially, but I think the Niners are looking for somebody that pretty quickly, if not this year, by 2026, that I think can be a starter, because Trent Williams isn't getting any younger, although he probably has a couple of years left. And then kicker, I'm not surprised that kicker is not a part of that or doesn't appear to be part of that. I think once you draft a kicker and spend the draft capital that the 49ers did on Jake Moody, and it has been it is at this point been a tumultuous existence for Moody. To me, you wouldn't go back to that well again anytime soon, when you can always find somebody on a practice squad somewhere or on the street or a veteran that can come in. And so often kickers that struggle at one destination go on to be pretty good at another. So I think the free agent route or the veteran route is probably the way to go in terms of the competition for Jake Moody.
I was summing it up at the beginning of the hour, just how it seems like Niner fans are in two camps on the Purdy contract. There's the people that are like, yeah, you know what? Pay him market rate. He's our guy. Love Brock. He's going to be the guy. I believe in him. Don't go crazy, but pay him his money and let's get this thing done. Don't drag it out. Make sure he's there for camp and, onward and upward. And then the other side's like, no, God, don't pay this guy. He's unproven. He's got a rag arm. He can't do it and this and that. And God, whatever you do not pay this guy $50 million. Why? Why pay him more than 30? And go pay him that. Offer him 3 years and $100 million. If he says no, go to Aaron Rodgers, go to Mac Jones, go to anybody. What do you think, JD? I mean, the latest Kawakami piece says that Jed York, Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch are all certain that Purdy is their guy, and that any new Purdy deal likely will involve more. This is a pretty interesting little stat here from Tim. He says any new Purdy deal will involve likely more than $120 million in total guarantees. What do you think?
That's been the number. That's been the number. And because I've said it to you a bunch, 120 has been the number that I've said a lot. Like, I think that's in terms of the guarantee number. I know often we talk about the yearly value and all of that. I feel like Jed York in his interview or scrum at the owners' meetings, I guess he did an NFL Network interview in addition to that, but the scrum was making the rounds from Florida the last couple of days. I felt as if Jed was setting the floor a little bit on Brock, and by saying top 10 and top 10 with Shanahan. Well, guess what? Kyle Shanahan's going to be his head coach. So basically saying he thinks he's a top 10 quarterback. So when you say you think somebody's a top 10 quarterback, that infers top 10 money to me. Now it also does not infer top necessarily 3 or 4 or 5 money, right? It's not necessarily Dak Prescott money. But as far as the guarantees go, I could definitely see maybe a lower, especially if it's going to be a lower AAV. If the AAV is going to be closer to 50 than say 55, or it's going to be in the high 40s or something like that, then I think the bulk of that is going to be guaranteed. And I think if you start getting into that level, you are going to be talking about $120 million in terms of guarantees. I know a lot of people have said 100 in the high 90s, 100 around there. I've always been of the impression, you can go back and check the tape, that it was going to be more like 120 in terms of total guarantee, which is obviously more important. To me, it's more like a 3 and 120. If you're looking at it in the landscape of how much are you going to pay over 3 years before there's kind of an out. That's how you get to 40 per. Now, obviously, the structure of the deal, it wouldn't be 40 per specifically, but in terms of the guarantees, which is what matter, if you talk about him averaging $40 million per year, again, not for the cap purposes, but for just the sheer money that he's going to be able to take home over, let's say, the next 3 years. Now that's when you start talking about 40 a year, and I think it adds up and makes a lot more sense.
Sorry to pause, JD, but we are indeed checking the tape. No. We would never check the tape on you, JD. We know that's what you said. It is interesting, though. The Niners need they need help on the defensive front, whether it's at defensive tackle, defensive end, linebacker. There's no question. I mean, we're going to be standing there on a hot July day this summer, JD, and they're going to be, trying out new D tackle and D end and linebacker rotations right before our eyes. I mean, it's going to be just like the early days of this regime, where they got a lot of young players in camp, and there's going to be a whole heck of a lot of competition. The other line, though, from this article that I have to get your thoughts on is Tim at one point says the 49ers aren't really aiming for the Super Bowl this season. Even with all their remaining stars, that's unrealistic. They might draft perfectly, pull out a bunch of close finishes, and remain healthy enough to steal 10 or 11 wins. But they absolutely don't match up with the Eagles, Lions, or Commanders right now. It's just reality. I understand. To right now, I guess being the key word, I agree. How could anybody disagree? They have so many. Their defensive line is Nick Bosa, Evan Anderson, and just dudes. I mean, you're going to typically need
still
a
have
lot
one
more than
linebacker. They still have one linebacker. I mean, that ain't going to cut it either.
They don't have a core. They've got linebacker. They don't have linebackers. Yeah, so I mean, they have some needs and they have some holes. So I agree. Right now, they don't match up. But I don't know if you went up to Kyle, John, and said, are you guys not in the Super Bowl race this year? I think they would push back hard on that and say that they think that they are. Now, we don't know, right? We don't even know who's on the team yet. But I think I don't feel comfortable saying they're not a Super Bowl team on April 2nd. You know what I mean? They're likely not going to be a Super Bowl team, but let's give them, I don't know, a puncher's chance. What do you think?
I don't think they are right now.
Okay.
And
right.
I feel
not right now, but would you give them a puncher's chance post-draft, or there's no way, how?
I don't think we're going to know until and I don't think this is an unfair assessment either, but I just don't think we're going to know till about halfway through the season. Because at that point, we'll be able to evaluate the players that they selected and how much of an impact that they're actually having. So the puncher's chance to me is that. The puncher's chance is everything goes right and they hit on the draft like that. But no, I think I agree with you that I think they would push back on it. But I also think they'd hem and haw and not double down on it emphatically either. I think, and I think you look at Kyle Shanahan's comments at the meetings there. I think he seems to be reinvigorated by, and again, by lower expectations. Honestly, like by the fact that it isn't necessarily Super Bowl or bust. You can't subtract as many players as the 49ers subtracted off a team that was already 6-11. Now, I get it. They're saying, hey, they were 6-11. They need to be better. They need to spend their money more efficiently. They need to get more bang for their buck. All of those different things. That's fine. I understand that. That's part of the deal when you're sick. But you can't go 6-11 and then come back and then feel like you're a Super Bowl team when you took away from the 6-11 unless you add some players of consequence at all of these different positions that we've listed here during this segment. So that's my feel on Kyle. My feel on Kyle is when he talks about competition and it feeling like 2018 and 2019 a little bit and Salah being back in the fold, it to me, that doesn't mean they don't think they can win 10 games, because I think they think that. But you can be a team that thinks you can win 10 games and also be a team that is going to have everything go right to even have a shot at sniffing a Super Bowl type appearance. And we've seen they get in at 10-7 or around there, and we've seen them win multiple playoff games and get to a championship game in a couple of those years. But I think to expect it off the top is different. And I think what the Niners are trying to do is use the changed expectations to freshen, to take this year to kind of freshen the culture and freshen some of the players and freshen the environment after so many years, really three straight for sure of Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah. No, I mean, they should be released from the burden of expectations based on the way free agency went, for sure. And they're kind of in a new window. And if they, could they get to the Super Bowl in the first year of the new window? We just saw the Commanders do it with a rookie quarterback and 20-something odd free agents. So, it can be done, but it's going to take a huge – and they didn't even make the Super Bowl. But, it can be done. You could be a competitive playoff team, especially with a last-place schedule and some good fortune in the draft. But, yeah, it's Tim says he thinks it's more of like a 2 or 3 year type rebuild, and he thinks that's what he sees. He also asks kind of an interesting question here. He says, what happens to all the relationships internally if they can't turn it around in 25? He says, aren't they risking some of the worst possible outcomes by running into this reset and relying on draft choices and cheap players to fill important immediate roles? Can these guys, meaning Jed, John, Parag, Kyle Shanahan, can these guys stick it out together through a reset? Jed sounds like he fully grasps the whole timeline and sounds very reasonable about what the expectations are. But what do you think? You can't go and have the kind of offseason they've had and let that many guys out the door and then hold the regime's feet to the fire as far as outcomes next year, right? On one hand, we're talking about it's unrealistic that they can compete, and then we're saying, well, what happens if they can't turn it around in 2025? Well, aren't we kind of saying, if you're saying they can't compete for a Super Bowl, aren't you kind of saying that they can't turn it completely around in 2025? So what do you think, JD? Is the foursome, the power foursome that run this franchise, is everybody going to be on the same page through the rebuild, or is this thing going to fracture?
Well, you look at, they won 6 games last year. They won 13 a couple of years before that. Can they get back? To me, can you get back to 10? Like if you can get to 10 and be in that mix to be a playoff team, maybe you make it, maybe you don't. But if you can get to 10-7, I think off of last year, given the path that they chose, I think you would feel good about that. So I think those relationships can survive. Now, and I feel like that's the marker line. Like it's like nobody's expecting 13-4. Nobody's expecting even an NFC Championship game. But I do think there's an expectation that you're going to win 10 games and you're going to be in the final week of the year with a chance to make the playoffs. And if you get in, you'll have a shot to win a game in the play. Like, to me, that is the X. So if anything that falls short of that, I think for any reason, then I do think people, some of the relationships may be tested at that point, because I don't think anybody with the 49ers is signing up for a 6-11. This is not a full-blown rebuild. This is a soft rebuild at most.
So reload on the fly, looking to win 10. Maybe you're not in the Super Bowl this year, but you're in the playoffs, but you're back in that Super Bowl mix within a year. I think that's their thinking. JD, awesome stuff, man. It's great to wrap with you. Man, the Warriors are an exciting story. I'm looking forward to hearing you talk more about their deep playoff run. But thanks for jumping on Niners Nightly tonight and giving us some perspective.
Yep, appreciate it, Larry. Thank you.
The great John Dickinson in the house. We'll take a time out. We're going to come back. We'll wrap it up, and then we'll hand it over to Kerry Crowley, who's probably going to talk a lot about the red-hot Giants, who just dominated on the road and will be at Oracle Park on Friday for opening day at home with Verlander on the bump. Should be good. Kerry's coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants won 6-3 to sweep the Astros earlier today, featuring homers by Wilmer Flores, Luis Montos, Lamont Wade, and another extra base hit from Elliot Ramos. Come hang out with the morning show Friday at opening day live from 58 Social and make fun of yours truly for being tired as hell at 6 a.m.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
All right, we're coming down the home stretch on Niners Nightly. Kerry Crowley getting warmed up for Sports Phone. He'll talk a lot of Giants baseball. Roger Munter is going to join him, I believe. And they're going to talk a little baseball. Niners, of course, getting ready for the draft coming up later on this month. Who will they grab at number 11? Well, the best guy on the draft, I think, outside of, Mel Kiper and, the Todd McShays and the Matt Millers and those guys, is Bruce Feldman from The Athletic and Dane Brugler. Both those guys are outstanding. And they both just have a ton of sources, and they talk to a lot of people, and they get some amazing data. Well, Feldman's got a fantastic article out right now on the best players in the draft and where they're mocked. He's got the Niners taking Jedi Barron out of Texas with the 11th pick. But he's talking about Mason Graham, the defensive tackle for the Wolverines, who plays next to Kenneth Grant. And a lot of people think Graham, who weighed in at 315 pounds and ran 4.69 in the shuttle, which would have been sixth best among the defensive tackles had he did it in February in Indy. He had a great year this year. He was first-team All-American, and he's a great, great player. One of the scouts, or the Big Ten O-line coach, who faced Michigan later in the season, said he knows who he is. He plays to his strength. I think he's super impressive with his alignment, how well he uses his hands, takes on double teams. You'll see him free up the defensive end on a twist. He's stout, and he's pretty twitchy. He's quicker than people think, talking about Mason Graham. He's a really good first and second down player, but I didn't think he had a lot of juice on third down, said an O-line coach who faced Michigan early in the year. The NFL's probably suited more for him than the college game. The way a lot of people in college play isn't really suited to these big guys, and in the NFL, if you can't stop the run, you get fired. So you need guys like this. He's very strong at the point of attack. A Big Ten running back coach said of Mason Graham's ability to play, or his play style, reminded him of Aaron Donald. He says, this guy is so good at using his hands and diagnosing how he's being blocked so fast. Like Donald, he's got this ability where he processes so fast and counters so fast before the guy can even put his hands on him. They have like an extra step and can win so fast. His get off is really good. His hand fighting and counters in his game are elite. So really good article. Bruce Feldman in The Athletic. I would definitely encourage all you guys to check that out. He breaks down a bunch of different guys. And about, and he says a lot of these things are really interesting. On Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, who's a 6'2", about 250-pound edge rusher, who had an amazing times at the workouts, 6'9", 4.3 cone. He won the Hendricks Award this year, honoring the nation's top defensive end. He led the ACC, 16.5 sacks, 20.5 tackles for loss. One Power 4 conference O-line coach said of Ezeraku, I thought he was a monster. He's got a lot of moves and counters to beat you with. I don't think people talk enough about this kid, considering how he actually was. Yeah, if you watch that Boston College film, Ezeraku is just absolutely ridiculously long arms. So he's 6'2.5", but he plays like 6'5", because he's just got crazy arm length. All right, that is going to do it for us tonight. I'm back with you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for another edition of Niners Nightly. Steph Sanchez is going to stop by. She is a 49er content creator and does a pretty good impersonation of Nick Bosa. We'll get her thoughts on a number of Niner topics tomorrow night. Up next, though, it is Kerry Crowley, and he will entertain you throughout the night. Thanks to Raph. Thanks to all of you, and have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 on the Sports Leader.
Here's your host, Kerry Crowley.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you this evening, 7 until 9, taking your phone calls, talking Giants baseball. Here at 415-808-KNBR. Reminder that Sports Phone KNBR is sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. You get the sense from a week of games that the San Francisco Giants might just be a little different this year. Might be a little better than the team that we watched over the course of the 2024 season. A team that was, if I'm putting it kindly, at times downright boring. If I wasn't putting it kindly, well, we don't need to have that conversation because we had it just about every night last year. Instead, I'll start with this. Last year, the Giants peaked at 3 games over 500. This year, the Giants returned for their home opener against the Seattle Mariners on Friday afternoon at Oracle Park, 1:35, sitting 4 games over 500. They're 5-1. They took 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds. They swept the Houston Astros. And here's what I have to say. I have no idea if the Cincinnati Reds will be any good this season. In fact, I bet they probably won't. I don't know if the Houston Astros will be very good. In fact, based on these 3 games that I watched, they probably won't. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the San Francisco Giants, at the beginning of the Buster Posey era, went out and took care of business exactly how Buster Posey envisioned they might. When he took over as the president of baseball operations in October, he talked about playing sound fundamental defense, running the bases well, pitching and throwing a ton of strikes, and having a lockdown, tight bullpen. And then, of course, getting the timely hits that you need to score just enough runs to win ball games. And so far, it's just 6 games. But the Giants have executed that vision to a T. This is a team that very much fits the philosophy of the president of baseball operations, who is an anchor player for this franchise. And we are not nearly enough transactions in. We're not nearly enough seasons in. We're 6 games into the Buster Posey era to have any idea if he'll be any good as the president of baseball operations. But the fact that this team, through 1 week of games, looks so much like the teams that he played on, when they peaked, they won with sound fundamental defense. They won with lockdown tight bullpens. They won with just enough timely hitting. They didn't win with superstars who were name brand players who were definitely headed to Cooperstown one day. Although Buster Posey himself was that kind of a player. They won with excellent team contributions up and down the board, tight at bats in the late innings that put pressure on their opponents, and not giving away free passes on the mound and not giving away free passes on defense. And that's what the San Francisco Giants have looked like through this 5-1 start. It is very easy to get carried away watching this team through 5-6 games of the season, because for the last 3 years, there's been a lot of talent on the diamond for the Giants, but they've never been able to put it together. And so when you see a stretch where a team starts to live up to its potential, where a team makes you believe, gives you reasons for optimism, you start to buy in. But this team hasn't even played its home opener yet. So far, all we can do is overreact to the sample that we've got. So my question for you tonight, the first 6 games of the season, what are you buying? What do you believe the Giants can carry over for the final 156 games of this season? What have you seen that leads you to believe that the Giants or individual players can build on this start? And what are you selling? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know if Wilmer Flores is going to lead Major League Baseball in home runs. I don't know if he's going to be a National League MVP candidate. What are you selling right now about this team? Is the bullpen too good right now? Do you believe there's some sort of regression coming? I'd love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, we are taking your phone calls on the other side. I'm Kerry Crowley. We're rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The 1-0 pitch on the way. And Matos hits a high drive left center field. He crushed it. Alvarez back. Alvarez looking up. It is off the top of the wall, and I thought over the yellow line, but no, in play. Giants in the dugout are saying home run. It sure looked like it from here, but the umpire out there in shallow center field, Todd Titchener, said in play. Here comes Bob Melvin. That looked to me like it went off the white sandstone pillar up above the yellow line and ricocheted back onto the field. My goodness, Matos just unloaded on that one.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Dave Fleming was right all along. Luis Matos with his first home run of the season. A big one for the Giants as they win at 6-3 over the Houston Astros. They sweep the AL West opponent, and they come home for the home opener on Friday at Oracle Park, sitting at 5-1, 4 games above 500. Struggling to keep pace in this National League West with the Dodgers and the Padres, but 5-1, the third best mark in all of baseball right now, and the Giants will certainly take it after the season opening road trip. I am Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're headed out to the phone lines. We're going to Tomas in San Jose. Tomas in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. What's going on this evening?
Oh, just feeling absolutely great this spring. I'm so happy baseball's back, and I'm so happy Giants baseball's back. But more importantly, winning Giants baseball.
There you go. Absolutely. It's different. It hasn't looked like this for the last 3 years, but Giants fans deserve a good baseball team, and this one looks like it has some early promise.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Dodgers are behemoths. The Padres are no slouches, even the Diamondbacks. But I really feel like, our skipper and Bob Melvin is just, he's focused, and we have joy back in the ball club. In the clubhouse. We have our leaders in Ramos and Webby and Chappie. And you know what? With our ownership group and Buster there to just really season Patrick Bailey behind the plate, I just really feel like sky's the limit for this for our pitching staff. And I mean, look at Wilmer Flores just blowing the doors off of the ball. I mean, five games in a row to start off the season for Ramos with extra base hits. I'm just so stoked. And when we're coming home, I just have one thing to ask of the Giants fan base that are going to these games is to get loud and be there and show that that we care. Get off your phones. You're at the best ballpark in the league, in the world. Enjoy the game. Show them that you're there. Bring that playoff energy early, and then this team, the sky's the limit. We can win this division, and we got to support them. We can do it.
Okay. Thank you for the call. I appreciate those thoughts. Good stuff. And I do think that there's a lot of reason for optimism. Is the sky the limit for this Giants team? I think it may be too early to say in my mind. I think they have the potential to be really fun. And that's the difference this year is the games at Oracle Park with the brand of baseball, the style of baseball that they're playing with good defense, good base running, great pitching, timely hitting. That makes going to Oracle Park fun. This looks like the type of team that, to me, if it plays at home the way that it just played these 6 games on the road, you could maybe win 50 at home this year. Look, they won't be this good in the road all season long. They're not going to put up a 5-1 clip every time they head away from Oracle Park. But the brand of baseball they're playing, the style in which they win, where they get good pitching, where they get solid outings from their starters, and then the lockdown bullpen that showed up through the first week of the season, this looks to me like a team that, hey, 45, 46, 47, maybe even 50 wins at Oracle Park, that wouldn't be out of the equation this season. A quick note on Wilmer Flores, 71 games this season to go, 4 home runs, 6 games this season, 4 home runs. Wilmer Flores getting the job done. Let's go to John in Santa Rosa. John in Santa Rosa, you're on Sports Phone. John, what's going on this evening?
I'll tell you what, Kerry. This team has Buster Posey's hands all over it. They're playing just like he did. I mean, he's got the roster that he wanted. I think bringing in those veterans during spring training helped out. He's just got his hands all over it, and I really think this team is going to really take off this year. Okay. I really do.
Okay, well, what about the first week of the season excites you the most, John? What do you believe that the Giants can continue doing that you've seen this first week?
Well, pitching has been outstanding. Hitting with runners in scoring position. Defense has been great. Home runs, I mean, they're just clicking. Now, I know, like you say, it's 6 games. It's a small sample, but so far so good. And like I say, I really think that with Buster Posey at the helm, it'll be a lot different than Farhan. That's what I got to say about that.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said for that. Thank you for the call, John. I appreciate that thought. And let me get into one of the key differences, in my opinion, from a Farhan Zaidi-led San Francisco Giants team to a Buster Posey-led San Francisco Giants team. I think you look at the rosters the Giants have had over the last 3 seasons. The 26-man roster, I'll start with this, and then I'll get to the 40-man. But when Farhan was at the helm, and I understood this philosophy, believe me, I got it and where it was headed. They were solving for every possible situation. They wanted a left-handed backup infielder. They wanted left-handed backup outfielders. You wanted multiple lefties in the bullpen. You wanted, 3 righties, 2 lefties in the rotation. And if certain pitchers went down, you wouldn't compromise. You wouldn't bring up someone from AAA to make starts. You'd bullpen a game. And, in certain situations in the field, hey, if you didn't have an everyday player, you'd platoon your way through the season. And I understood the philosophy there. Believe me, the numbers back it up that over the course of 162 games, you'll gain some on the margins by doing that. But the difference with Buster Posey and his strategy, which is, hey, look, there really aren't any left-handers on the bench, and certainly not in the infield. They went with Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss to open the season, as opposed to Brett Wisely. It's why Schmidt's playing some first base right now, behind Lamont Wade Jr., platooning over there for the moment. It's why in the outfield, Grant McCray was sent down, and they kept Luis Matos on the opening day roster, even though the only other, outfield option who hits right-handed is Elliot Ramos. So they've got 2 and 2. It was the Gerard Encarnacion injury that was threatening to, potentially give Matos a jolt back to AAA and McCray a spot on the opening day roster. At least that's how I think the Giants would have operated in the past to solve roster dilemmas and roster issues. What they did this spring was foster an incredible sense of competition. And so it didn't really matter if you were right-handed or left-handed. They took the best pitchers from Scottsdale, Arizona, and kept them on the 26-man roster. It didn't matter that Kyle Harrison had more experience than Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop. Landon Roop had the best spring training, so he got the 5th spot in the rotation. Hayden Birdsong pitched well enough to be on the Major League roster, so he's in the bullpen. Kyle Harrison didn't beat out either of those pitchers, so he opens the year in AAA Sacramento. It didn't matter that Brett Wisely was a left-handed hitter who could potentially provide some valuable platoon opportunities next to Tyler Fitzgerald at second base. Casey Schmidt had a better spring. Christian Koss had a better spring than both of those players. And so Christian Koss landed on the opening day roster. And so he is a part of this group. It didn't matter that Joey Lucchesi, left-hander in the bullpen, was kind of the second best lefty that the Giants had during spring training, during Cactus League play. And he's got Major League experience. The Giants said, you know what? We see Lou Trevino. We see Randy Rodriguez. We see Spencer Bivens. We think all these guys are better. And they're better equipped to get out left-handed hitters. So we don't care about the matchup per se. We want the 26 best baseball players on this team. They took the 13 best pitchers, they took the 13 best position players, and they said, have at it, at least for the first week of the season. And this Giants team has had at it. They've won 5 of 6. It hasn't mattered on certain days that there's not a second lefty behind Eric Miller in that bullpen. That sure would be nice against certain teams. I don't know if Eric Miller is going to get Yordan Alvarez swinging out of his shoes all season long, but man, he looked good. I don't know that the situation over at first base right now is ideal, with Casey Schmidt being the one backing up Lamont Wade Jr. and playing with a left-handed starter on the mound. Schmidt doesn't really have any high-level first base experience. But you know what? The Giants believed he was one of their 26 best players, and they kept him on the opening day roster as a result of that. And so I think you're going to continue to see this team move forward, believing that as long as you perform, there's a spot for you. As long as you see a path on this Major League roster, the Giants are going to figure out a way to take you down that path and get you playing time. It's why Christian Koss was in the lineup earlier this week. He was on the 26-man roster. Bob Melvin wanted to figure out a way to use him, and so they did. They got Hayden Birdsong into the game today, even if they were going to go to their high-leverage guys in Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval and didn't stretch out Birdsong as much as they could have. Head back out to the phone lines. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head to Dre and Lemoore. Dre and Lemoore, you're on Sports Phone. Dre, what's going on this evening?
Mr. Crowley, what went on in your head, brother?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, man, I heard you asking earlier, is Wilmer going to lead the league in home runs? Of course not.
No.
But you know Wilmer does, what he does do? He's been the most consistent hitter the Giants have had in the last 4 to 5 years.
Yeah,
in my
he
opinion.
has.
When he's healthy, he's our guy.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
I got no complaints with him. And I got a question about Mr. Elliot Ramos. Was he in our farm system?
2017 first-round draft pick. He's been there for a long time.
Okay, and so he hasn't had 20 homers of the season yet, right?
In the farm system, I believe he did in 2022.
No,
And
in
last
the
year-
majors.
Oh, in the majors, yes. Last year he did. Yeah, last year he
So he
finished the
was-
season with 22 homers and 72 runs driven in.
Right on. So we finally got
a player, an outfielder from our farm system, instead of Choate, the last one was Chili Davis to get over 20 homers.
Well, the last homegrown all-star in the farm system was Chili Davis back in 1986 as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so almost four decades between homegrown all-stars. Not too long of a run without homegrown all-stars in the outfield.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother, when you live in the Central Valley, it's either Giants fans or Dodger fans. And anything I can't stand is a happy Dodger fan. And, the whole national media is on them. Like, I'll keep it clean. Let's just say they're in their mid-region. Praising them.
Okay. Well, they are kind of, no one wants to hear it, but they are kind of the most fascinating story in baseball the last, 25 years. But no one wants to hear that.
They got the best team money can buy.
Yeah, exactly. I wish the Giants spent like the Dodgers.
We all do, brother. We all do. Niners as well.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Mr. Crowley.
Appreciate you, Dre. Have a good one. All right, 415-808-KNBR is the number. More when we come back. Your phone calls, your thoughts from the opening week of the regular season. The Giants are 5-1, coming back to Oracle Park on Friday, taking on the Seattle Mariners. It's Justin Verlander, the 42-year-old right-hander on the hill. Cy Young caliber pitcher 3 times in his career. Hall of Fame caliber pitcher. He'll be a first ballot entry into Cooperstown one day. He is representing the San Francisco Giants in the orange and black on Friday afternoon against Seattle. What is sustainable from the first week of the season? What do you think the Giants can carry over? And what do you think, hey, they got lucky this first week. This probably won't stick around. Your thoughts on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
There goes Adames running. The pitch is swung on and hit to left field and deep. This one is gone over the Crawford boxes and off the back wall. Wilmer Flores does it again. He's got 5 hits on the year, and 4 of them have left the yard. 2-0 Giants, 3 hitters into the game.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Of all the things you expected to see during the first week of the Giants season, could have predicted Elio Ramos getting off to a hot start. He was an all-star last year. Might have anticipated that. Thought that the pitching staff would look pretty good. The Giants stacked up their rotation with some veterans. Logan Webb, of course, leading the way. And Landon Roop won the 5th job during spring training with an outstanding performance in the Cactus League. Yes, he gave up 3 runs today, but I was overall encouraged by his performance. The bullpen, you knew it had the potential to be really good. Tyler Rogers, Ryan Walker, Camilo Doval at the back end. Randy Rodriguez coming into his own, second year in the big leagues, projected to take that step forward. Not surprised at all by the bullpen's performance this week. Has it been better than it will be? Of course. This bullpen was outstanding on this road trip. It's a high standard to live up to, and I don't think it will be that good all season. With that being said, can it be a top 3, top 5 bullpen in Major League Baseball? Absolutely. I think the pieces are there. The one thing we saw this week that I don't think anyone anticipated was Wilmer Flores having a National League Player of the Week caliber week. 4 home runs for Wilmer Flores, all at pivotal times for the San Francisco Giants. This guy is swinging a hot bat, and it came at a perfect time for the Giants because you want to get off to a hot start. You want fans to start buying in. You want to give people reason for optimism. And if you're Wilmer Flores, you want to reward Buster Posey and Zach Manassian for keeping the faith. I mean, going back to the second half of last season, when Flores was deemed out for the year following knee surgery, I don't think there were any guarantees that he was going to return as a member of the San Francisco Giants. In fact, I hosted many hot stoves this offseason where, callers dialed in and said, wonder if we could get something for Wilmer Flores. If Pete Alonso was potentially in play for the Giants as a free agent, they could have said, hey, maybe we send Wilmer Flores back to the Mets in a trade, get a reliever, get something like that, because he's on a pretty cheap contract. I think he's earning under $6-7 million this year. So, hey, you'll take something like that for a player who played 72 games last season, only hit 4 home runs, had a negative WAR. It was the worst season of Wilmer Flores' career. But the Giants kept the faith. Buster Posey, former teammate, knows that Flores, at his best, can give you the most competitive bats on a team, can give you really quality, late inning, grind it out type at bats. And so the Giants said, we're going to see how it goes. And in spring training, Flores looked like the best version of himself. He looked like he was back to normal. And at the beginning of this season, he's proven to be the best version of himself. The guy who at the end of the 2023 season was single-handedly willing the Giants' offense at times. Well, he helps will them to 5 wins this week. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Would love to hear from you during the 7 o'clock hour of this show. Around 8:05, 8:10 this evening, my friend Roger Munter of There Are Giants is going to stop by, talk for a while about the state of this Giants ball club headed into the home opener on Friday. Very much looking forward to that conversation. But for now, the phone lines belong to you. One thing that was on my mind earlier today, woke up this morning and found out the news that the San Diego Padres had signed their star young center fielder Jackson Merrill, 21 years old, to a 9-year, $135 million extension. What a deal. And what a player Jackson Merrill is. 9 figures, that's a massive bet that he will only continue to get better. Good on Jackson Merrill on cashing in. Good on the San Diego Padres on locking up a young talent long term. I think both sides win from that one. Then middle of the day comes around and you get word that the Boston Red Sox have extended their young second baseman, Christian Campbell, who just made his debut last week. 6-year, $60 million contract, or an 8-year, $60 million contract, I should say, with the opportunity to top out with 2 team options at 10 years, $100 million. So you think about that, 2033, 2034, Campbell, the middle infielder, could be making $20 million in each of those seasons. It could be a bargain by then. And it got me thinking, who on the Giants would you like to see extended? Are there any candidates right now? I think Patrick Bailey might be an extension candidate. I think Elliot Ramos is an extension candidate. My concern with Bailey is that while the glove is insanely good, Gold Glove last year, and you watch him with Jordan Hicks last night, he was just stealing strikes behind home plate. He is the best framer in baseball, and to me, it's not really close. You watch his receiving skills, and you can see the way that he manipulates the strike zone. It's going to be a shame when the automatic ball strike system comes in, because the Giants will be a team that doesn't benefit from it. I mean, some people will look at it and say the strike zone's the strike zone. It should be objective for every player. I look at the strike zone as one of the beauties of baseball. I look at it as, the human element, one of the things that separates the game, makes it special. And in an era in sports where everything has to be done by replay review and by robots, I will miss the days of the human strike zone. But Patrick Bailey, he may lose some value as a result of that, because he's not a great hitter, and I don't think he ever will be a great hitter. So what would an extension look like for Patrick Bailey? You say 5 years, $50 million. Is that fair? Is that not fair? I don't know. When I see the Seattle Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh get a $100 million deal, understanding that Cal Raleigh is like a 30 home run guy. So I don't know what emphasis you place on defense moving forward, which leads me to believe maybe the Giants might be reluctant to extend Patrick Bailey. But the one candidate on this roster who seems like, hey, he would make a good bet as an extension guy is Elliot Ramos, because he had his breakout last season at age 24, still relatively young, former first-round draft pick, 19th overall in 2017. And you look at him a season ago, and it was a .269 average, a .791 OPS, 22 homers, and 37 ribbies. And this season so far, a .269 average, albeit a much smaller sample size, and a 1,000 OPS. Yes, that will come down. That's not sustainable. 3 home runs during the opening week of the season, throw in 3 doubles, 6 extra base hits, 1 in each of the games the Giants played. He's not going to have 162 extra base hits this year. But he looks like someone who can carry over that success. So what would an extension for an Elliot Ramos look like? I got to thinking today, between the Merrill deal that the San Diego Padres just did and the Campbell deal that the Boston Red Sox just did, to me, Elliot Ramos at age 25, the Giants should offer something in the range of 6 or 7 years. So you're buying out a year or two of post-arbitration free agency. You're saying, hey, we want you for your entire prime. And a fair deal is probably something like 6 years, $80 million, or 7 years, $90 million. Now, is that something that you as a Giants fan would stomach, giving to a player with fewer than 600 major league at-bats? I think that's a tough call. But the Padres were comfortable with the sample size that they've seen from Jackson Merrill, which is smaller than what the Giants have seen from Elliot Ramos, saying, hey, 9 years, $135 million. And keep in mind, at the end of that deal, Jackson Merrill will be 30 years old. If the Giants were to extend Elliot Ramos for 6 years, he'd be 31. If they were to extend him for 7 years, he'd be 32. I don't think you can do that kind of a deal without giving him at least $80 or so million. So should the Giants be in the market to extend Elliot Ramos and make him the left fielder of not just the present, but the future in San Francisco? He's playing solid defense out there. He's hitting for power. He's running the bases well. Are you a long-term believer in the Elliot Ramos stock to the point where you think the Giants would save some money in the long run, where Ramos in 2028, 2029, 2030 would be earning, $20 million, $25 million in arbitration by then? Because that's what the ultimate goal of an extension is for a team, is to say, hey, we really like you. We want to give you generational, life-changing money, but we also want to save some money on the back end ourselves. We think that you're going to be really good and a premier player. So hold your horses. We can't give you just everything just yet, but we do want to prevent you from getting to free agency. We do want to have you for your prime. It would be an interesting proposal to keep Ramos as an extension candidate. because then you've got him aligned with Jung-Hoo Lee in the outfield for a while. And who knows, maybe this is the year that Luis Matos carves out an everyday role. So far, 400 average in limited sample size, 2 more hits today, including the towering home run to left field. Left center field, one of the hardest parts to hit it out to in Houston. So I think the Giants should be feeling confident about what they've seen from Ramos so far. Do they go as far as work up a contract extension, have dialogue with Ramos? I don't know. But at the very least, given the conversations that are being had around Major League Baseball, it's an interesting idea. I'm Kerry Crowley, show Sports Phone KNBR. When we come back, more of your calls. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Wade hits a high drive to right field. Going back on it, DeZenzo. It is gone! Well, there's hit number 1, and that's got to feel great for Lamont Wade. His first hit of the year is his first home run of the year. And it's 6-3 Giants.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Some late afternoon Lamont action in Houston today for the San Francisco Giants. They were up 5-3 when Wade came off the bench, snapped his 0-for-16 start to the season with the pinch hit home run. Second career pinch hit blast for Wade. And I know this because I was in Oakland at the Coliseum when Wade hit a ninth inning pinch hit home run against the A's back in 2021. And I believe, I actually should go check the box score on this, Raph. I believe it came off of Lou Trevino. It may have come off of a different A's reliever, but Wade may have taken Trevino deep back in 2021. I also know that during the same series, the Giants were in a desperate situation, and Donovan Solano came off the bench and golfed one into the left field bleachers at the Coliseum. Just two massive home runs during that miracle 2021 campaign. Really, two of the big come-from-behind wins that the Giants had were the result of Solano and Wade hitting just jaw-dropping late-game home runs. So today's doesn't quite measure up in that regard, but it is nice to see Lamont still able to come off the bench and deliver for the Giants, especially after the slow start to the season. We know how good he can be.
You're right. It was
his
21.
best.
21.
There we go. Hey, Raph telling me it was 2021, Lamont Wade Jr. Against the A's. So there you have it. So Wade stepping up today against the Houston Astros. Giants got great performances from a number of players. Obviously, Wilmer Flores got things going. Landon Roop threw 4 innings of 3-run ball, and really things got away from him in that 4th inning where the defense was shaky, the drop pop-up, which of course he was also involved in. But one thing that I want to highlight, that game could have gotten away from a young Giants pitching staff. This was Landon Roop turning things over to Randy Rodriguez, who's in his 2nd year at the major league level as a reliever, and Rodriguez slammed the door. Man, he looks so good in the early going this season. The fastball obviously runs up to 100, but that breaking ball is getting a lot of swings and misses right now. The way that Rodriguez came in the 5th inning, he earned the win that he received today. He gets the decision. Camilo Doval gets the save today for the San Francisco Giants. Ryan Walker down after pitching in each of the last 2 ball games, but Tyler Rogers also factoring in with a hold today. Rogers has been used 4 times in the first 6 games of the season. Giants are going to have to figure out a way to make sure that Tyler Rogers and Eric Miller aren't used 90 times this year, because the temptation is going to be there for Bob Melvin. So when Justin Verlander inevitably comes out of Friday's ball game at Oracle Park, Giants have to figure out a plan to get through the late innings against the Seattle Mariners. It's going to involve some combination of Lou Trevino and other guys, but man, they've got to lay off of all the high leverage arms, which means in some cases, winning bigger, getting deeper starts from your starting pitching, which starts to happen really around the middle of April. So it's kind of tough to navigate. It's why they build in these off days early in the season for these clubs. It's not just weather. It's also so the pitchers can get some much-needed rest for their arms. And the Giants certainly excited for the rest that they'll get tomorrow, flying home this afternoon after their win over the Houston Astros, after their sweep of the Houston Astros. So before I welcome on Roger Munter in the 8 o'clock hour, one of the things that I want to do is just kind of go around Major League Baseball. And before we really dive deep, big picture on the San Francisco Giants, look at other scores from around the league. The Atlanta Braves, 0-6 on the season right now, top of the 8th inning down at Dodger Stadium. They lead the 7-0 Los Angeles Dodgers 5-3. Giants would sure love to see a loss in that column for Los Angeles before the end of the evening. Blake Snell gave up 5 runs in 2 frames for the Dodgers tonight. Not exactly the start that the Dodgers were hoping for when they gave him $194 million this offseason. Pitcher's duel of the day today was in Cincinnati, where Hunter Green continues to throw the ball well for the Reds. Maybe the Cy Young favorite in the National League if Paul Skeens isn't it, because I think Hunter Green will take down more innings this year. Ends up losing that ball game today, 1-0 to Texas Rangers. Jack Leiter, the rookie, throwing lights out for Bruce Bochy's squad. And Luke Jackson, forever Giant, picks up save number 3 on the season. The Rangers 5-2. They could be the team to beat in the AL West. The Cincinnati Reds fall to 2-4. Speaking of Paul Skeens, he gets the win today over the Tampa Bay Rays as the Pirates take it 4-2. Ryan Pepio, former Dodgers farmhand, on the hill for Tampa. Skeens went 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 6 strikeouts. Guy's 22, 23 years old, coming off of being the number 1 overall pick 2 years ago. He is sensational. Lights out. The 99 mile-an-hour sinker is just unbelievable to see. And Paul Skeens in for a huge year this season. The Milwaukee Brewers take it 3-2 over the Kansas City Royals. Another pitcher's duel today. Freddie Peralta was outstanding for Milwaukee. Jackson Chourio hit a big home run in that one. Bryce Terang had the walk-off to give the Brewers the win in 11 innings. Former Giant, forever Giant, Sammy Long takes the loss for the Kansas City Royals in that ball game. St. Louis Cardinals continue their hot start. They win at 12-4 today, 12-5, I should say, over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Cardinals 4-2 now. Angels also 4-2. Ivan Herrera, the catcher, hit 3 home runs today for the St. Louis Cardinals in that one. Off to a better start than anticipated. We'll see if they can hold on to that. Minnesota Twins picked up another win today over the Chicago White Sox. 6-1. It was Pablo Lopez who did the dominating in that one. Former Yankee, former Cardinal, former Met, Harrison Bader had the 3-run home run for Minnesota that played a big role in that outcome. Toronto Blue Jays won 4-2 over the Washington Nationals, who are off to just a 1-5 start right now. Mackenzie Gore takes the loss in that. Gore on opening day was outstanding. 6 innings, 13 strikeouts for the Nationals. Not nearly as good today as Jeff Hoffman, new closer for Toronto, picked up his 3rd save of the season. The A's were swept in Sacramento by the Cubs, who just throttled the ball all week long up in Sacramento. The Cubs win at 10-2 over the A's. Jeffrey Springs takes the loss there. Feels like it's going to be a long season at home in Sacramento. The A's losing their first 3 ball games there, and their pitching staff was just torched throughout the week. San Diego Padres improved to 7-0 today with a 5-2 win over the Cleveland Guardians. Dylan Cease outstanding in that ball game. Robert Suarez gets the save for the Padres, who are now 7-0, have the opportunity to take sole possession of first place in the National League West with the Dodgers loss this evening if the Braves can hang on there at Dodger Stadium. Seattle Mariners won at 3-2 today over the Detroit Tigers. Luis Castillo, can we call him a forever Giant? Was in the farm system at one point. He gets the win in that game. Tarek Skubal now 0-2 with a 5.91 ERA for Detroit through his first 2 starts of the season. Munoz got his 3rd save of the year for Seattle as they're prepared to come on down to San Francisco on Friday. Mets won 6-5 in 11 innings over the Miami Marlins. Pete Alonso hit a 3-run home run in that ball game. Boston Red Sox 3-0 winners over the Baltimore Orioles. The lineup not looking good in the early season for Baltimore. And then the Philadelphia Phillies take it 5-1 over the Colorado Rockies. Kyle Freeland gets the loss. Forever Giant again. Can we call him that? Farmhand Zach Wheeler improved to 1-0 today. He gets his first win of the year, 1.38 ERA through 2 starts with 10 strikeouts over 7 incredible innings. And then really the pitcher performance of the day in terms of strikeouts was Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who racked up 13 Ks against former and forever Giant Carlos Rodon for the New York Yankees in a 4-3 win for the Diamondbacks. D-backs 4-2 on the young season. How about that? 4-2? What's that get you? 4th place in the National League West. Not exactly anything to write home about if you're Arizona. So appreciate everyone hanging with us here through the first hour on Sports Phone KNBR. We had a nice second hour extended visit from Roger Munter this evening. Roger and I get together about once a month talking Giants baseball on our K-Raj podcast. We go for a while talking about the excitement of the early season for the San Francisco Giants, some trends that we're buying, some things that we're not we're not as convinced about early in the season. And both of us made visits to Scottsdale, Arizona toward the end of March. I was there watching the Giants during spring training, the Major League Club in the clubhouse, taking in the new leaders of this team. And Roger was down there watching minor league camp, taking in the Giants farm system. He writes a really great There Are Giants Substack. I encourage everyone to subscribe to that. And he will dive deep on Giants pitchers in the farm system, Giants hitters in the farm system, and the prospects to watch this year. So looking forward to that conversation. Giants win at 6-3 over the Houston Astros today. They are 5-1, trying to keep pace in this tough National League West. I am Kerry Crowley. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening, hanging out in the 8 o'clock hour. Appreciate everyone who dialed in and texted in earlier here on Sports Phone. Always fun talking Giants baseball, and particularly now so that we've got some real live games to break down. The Giants, a week into the season, are 5-1, exceeding expectations on this road trip with 2 wins against the Cincinnati Reds and then 3 in Houston against the Astros. And today, to me, was the big one. I've addressed this earlier in the show, but taking down Framber Valdez in the fashion the Giants did early on in that ball game, home runs from Wilmer Flores, Luis Matos, the big 2-run double from Elliot Ramos, it just set the Giants up for success today. And I think that it eased the pressure on Landon Roop, who of course only lasts 4 innings, but I think that we're going to see more from Roop this year. I think we're going to see better from Roop this year. I think we're going to continue to see growth from Landon Roop this year. So a lot to be excited about if you're a Giants fan. The team coming home for a 1:35 home opener on Friday. Justin Verlander on the hill against the Seattle Mariners, and there'll be plenty of Giants talk on the airwaves leading all the way up to that 1:35 start on Friday afternoon out at Oracle Park. But for now, it's time for me to bring in my guest this evening, Roger Munter. You hear him throughout the offseason here on KNBR. We host our K-Raj podcast every few weeks or so. Roger and I got together, and we are excited to talk Giants baseball. We're excited to dive deep into this roster and everything that's really transpired over the last week. So without further ado, I will turn things over to Roger here. As you know, we've got some real live games to break down. This is exciting.
That all is right with the world. We have games, we have comebacks, we have great performances, and because it's April, we get to overreact to everything. So let's get to it, Kerry. What do you want to overreact to first?
Let's overreact to this. Elliot Ramos will easily end the Giants' 30 home run drought that they've had since Barry Bonds last hit 30 in a season for this ball club. Off to a tremendous start. The power is clearly there. It's there against right-handed pitching. Is this the year that Ramos takes the bigger step forward and becomes like the solidified everyday guy for the future in the outfield?
I mean, that's the most exciting thing about the start of the year to me. I think pretty clear. It's interesting. I was having a conversation with a scout in Scottsdale while I was out there about Ramos, and there's still a pretty wide range of opinions about him. The splits last year obviously lead a lot of people to wonder, is he a starter? Is he a platoon guy? So I totally agree. He's that opening day at bat he had against Hunter Green, where he took him to 11 pitches and then took him out of the yard. That was just such an eye opener to me. And the fact that he's doing all of this damage mostly against right-handers, it certainly looks like it sets up well for him this year, because he doesn't need to improve that much against right-handers to be really, really impactful. The way he punishes left-handers, that's my number one most exciting thing for the first 5 games of the year. Kerry, how about you?
Yeah, I think the number one most exciting thing for me is the Giants are serious about stealing bases. Like, this isn't something that, they just talk about during spring training. They get their run in Scottsdale and then call it a day at the beginning of the season. They've got a number of different guys on the move, and in situations where they should be on the move, where they should be trying to put pressure on the other team. And I think that's been really encouraging to me, because I was very skeptical. Look, the person in charge of this baseball club was not known for stealing bases during his career. Buster Posey had catcher's legs. Pretty much everything else he did on the baseball field, he did extraordinarily well, but he understands the value of the stolen base and the pressure that puts on the catcher. And it's very clear to me that Bob Melvin and the coaching staff want to put things in motion and want guys to be on the run. So when you see a Tyler Fitzgerald get on, when you see a Jung Hoo Lee get on, or even an Elliot Ramos or a Matt Chapman, you're seeing a level of aggression, I think, early in the season that, is it sustainable? I'm not sure, but the Giants want to make this a thing. And to me, that was missing so much last year. And it's part of what made the ball club, in my opinion, Roger, so boring at times. It's like it was stagnant, it was stationary, and now someone gets on and you're thinking in your head, like, the pitcher's got the ball. Is he going to go here? And I never thought that last year.
I mean, I grew up on 60s and 70s baseball. I love the stolen base like nobody's business. 1973 is still one of my favorite years of being a Giants fan for watching Bobby Bonds not quite become the first 40-40 player ever. It's funny when you're talking about Buster Posey, who, as we know, is so fast, as he told us in his last year. He does have a really famous stolen base in his career, right? Though the 1-0 game that Tim Lincecum won against the Braves in Game 1, the 1 run scored because Buster Posey stole second base, thanks to a poor call. So that man knows the value of a stolen base. I agree. It does give more pace to the games. It gives more attack to the games. I mean, they're barely surviving on offense right now. It's taking sort of historic first weeks from Ramos and Wilmer Flores to keep them above water. And I think, as the summer goes on, we're going to see that this team needs some offensive help from somewhere. It's a bat or two light, as I think we all suspected in the winter. But they're making the formula work at least for a week in this traditional NL West road trip that they're opening the season with. The Cincinnati Reds and the Houston Astros, the West opponents of my youth. On the other side of the equation, the pitching has been extremely impressive so far. And I think that is what we expected from this team. They have depth, they have arms, they have a lot of quality. Who's jumped out at you from the pitching staff in the early going?
I mean, the first 5 innings of Robbie Ray's outing in Cincinnati were dominant. And I thought that was what you saw during spring training. And I thought that we can realistically expect 4 to 5 solid innings out of Robbie Ray every time out. The first 2 times through the order, I think, are going to be really good. The question is, can he be more than that? And at this juncture of his career, I think that's going to be an open question. I think against the bad teams like the Rockies, he might be able to get through a third time. But Robbie Ray starts, to me, are probably going to be 4 to 5 innings, 80 pitches of pure dominance and overwhelming stuff at times. He's going to get nicked by the home run ball. It's just a component of being a fly ball pitcher. And we saw that happen last season. I think that we're going to continue to see that happen this year. But if he can rack up the strikeouts, it's going to be really fun. And I want to see if he can be the 6-inning guy who can get through that third time through the order when needed. The other thing is, we didn't see this at all during spring training. Every Giants fan was saying, why is Jordan Hicks assured of a spot in the rotation? How can we know that Jordan Hicks will be great? Man, Jordan Hicks against the Houston Astros on Monday night was as nasty as I've seen a Giants pitcher maybe since the days of Lincecum. Like, that's how nasty the stuff was. Now, I'm not saying he's Lincecum level ceiling. I'm not saying that he'll have the best season of any Giant starting pitcher. Certainly wouldn't throw any of that out there. But when you watch that second inning where it was 99 to 100 on the black and big swings and misses and just frozen kneecaps from Houston Astros hitters, that was a special outing. And I don't know how many more times we're going to see that this season, Roger, but Jordan Hicks' ceiling is quite something.
Yeah, there was a tweet from Sarah Langs on that he had thrown something like 4 of the 5 fastest pitchers from a starter by the Giants in 20 years or something like that. When you see a guy starting throwing 99, 100, 99, I mean, that's what Hunter Green was doing the other day on opening day. The Giants don't have guys who do that. That was pretty darn impressive. That's what I was going to say really stood out to me. I mean, I think, I agree with you on Robbie Ray. You're going to get, Robbie Ray's just an inconsistent guy. He's dominant, and then he kind of isn't, and he loses his own. I think Verlander, the same thing. Will probably get 4 or 5 innings of competence. Will be good from him. But if Jordan Hicks throws like that, then there's a reason why he's in the rotation. All of this kind of sets up big question for me on this year, which is there is going to be just such a huge burden on success being placed on the bullpen.
Oh, yeah.
The bullpen is going to have to soak up innings, and probably they're going to have to soak up innings in a lot of really tight games where 1 run makes the difference. Over 6 months, that's a big load to shoulder.
I mean, I think it's so funny that 3 times already this season, including Tuesday night when the Giants were winning 3-1 in the 8th inning, Tyler Rogers has come onto the mound, proceeded to allow base runners and make things very uncomfortable for every Giants fan watching, to the point where folks are ready to throw in the towel and give up on Tyler Rogers, because you just can't have someone who throws the way that he does succeed for this long, and the league's eventually going to catch up to him. And you forget that since 2019, there really hasn't been a more durable or stable high leverage reliever in baseball, and it's never pretty. It is Giants torture to the max every time he comes onto the mound. And there are going to be some days against the Dodgers, against the Padres, where he gets nicked up, where he gives up 4 runs and gets 1 out. But over the course of his 81 appearances this season, Roger, which he's already on track to make, the ERA is going to be about 3. And for the most part, Tyler Rogers is going to be good, and he's going to be someone who plays a role. And I bring up him as a way of saying, the rest of the bullpen kind of has to do the same thing. Eric Miller has to appear 70-plus times with a 3 ERA. Camilo Doval, 70-plus times with a 3 ERA. Ryan Walker, probably another 65-plus appearances this season, and he already had the back issue in the first week of the season, which doesn't leave me to have much confidence in 65-plus appearances. But it also invites the question of, like, what do they do in the long and middle relief roles? Because I really like Randy Rodriguez. I really like Lou Trevino. I don't think Trevino is a multi-inning guy. I think that Rodriguez can be, but then you get to Spencer Bivens, and he hasn't looked great to open the season. Do you swap him out with Sean Jelly, who had a rough spring training? Do you swap them out with Tristan Beck? I think that spot is just going to be the revolving door on the roster. If the Giants can ever find stability, then I think that they have a shot to have the best bullpen in baseball. If they don't find stability in that role, it could be a long year in those tight games where they really are stretched to the max on other days because Ray or Verlander doesn't give them 7.
Yeah, I want to go back to something you mentioned briefly, which was Eric Miller, who's really, really impressed me in his 2 performances. He has twice come into dirty innings and gotten out of it. And striking out Yordan Alvarez the other day was a pretty boss move with runners everywhere. He's really shown some stones in his first going. I've always been a big Randy Rodriguez believer. I think one thing when you look at who was chosen for this bullpen and who wasn't chosen for this bullpen, it's all about velocity, which is what Major League bullpens are these days. Spencer Bivens, I've been a little surprised with some of the situations they put him in, but it is noticeable to me that he is throwing a lot harder right now than the guys who are sent down. Tristan Beck, I've been watching his minor league games. He's throwing 92, 93. Sean Jelly was throwing 92, 93. That doesn't really work in a major league bullpen these days. You have to be 95 or above almost without exception unless you're Tyler Rogers. And those are the arms they put in there. And I think that's where the level of trust is going to be. Camilo Doval, I'm glad to see him looking good again. I think Randy's going to work his way, up the circle of trust. Eric Miller throws 99. The harder you throw, the more likely you are to be absorbing important innings for this team, I think. And then if you go down the 40, I'd say Carson Seymour maybe is the guy who is as likely as anybody to come up and start absorbing those important 6 innings, because he's another guy who throws 96 with a fastball and has a killer slider. That's what you need in the 6th inning. So I'll put a little sneak put on Seymour to be an important part of the bullpen before this year's over.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because I think that, going down to Scottsdale, I was there twice this spring, and Seymour's name kept coming up. Like, they threw him against the Dodgers in an early Cactus League game, and that was not just because they wanted to, give Justin Verlander the day off from going over to Camelback Ranch. It was, you want to give Verlander the day off, but also, we kind of like this guy's bullpens, and we think he can help, and we want to test him against major league hitters and see what he does. And I think that Seymour, you're right on there. The other guy who I wonder, and you know a whole lot more about him than I do, but he's on the 40-man roster, is Trevor McDonald going to factor into this thing at all this year?
Yeah, he's a really interesting arm. I saw him a few times last year, and he had this groin injury that set him back last year. And for whatever reason, he's had in the past thrown a 4-seam and a 2-seam. All I ever saw him throw last year was the 2-seam, which is, like a lot of guys, is a little lower velocity band than his 4-seam. So he was throwing kind of in that 92, 94 range a lot, and he gets ground balls with everything. His slider breaks down, his curve breaks down, his changeup breaks down. He's a pretty good ground ball guy. But my expectation for him this year is he's more of, we need someone to come soak up innings for a while than necessarily, I want this guy pitching important. He's going to be pitching the 6th in a 3-1 lead scenario. I think he's going to be one of those guys who comes up and takes the ball at some point, just like Jelly and Beck probably will. But I don't know that he's a guy you're saying who are going to be important people. If you're taking the ball from Verlander in the 5th and trying to get to the 9th with a 2-run lead, is he ever going to be one of those guys? I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I would look to Seymour. A bigger question is maybe Carson Wisenhunt. What kind of role can he play? Because he's still a really interesting arm. But to me, it's, the guys who have the stuff are going to work their way into the back end of any bullpen. And that's probably going to be true here, too.
Yeah, the other guy who had the stuff during spring training but isn't on the 40-man, Joel Pagero, was up to 102 and 27 years old, but has never factored in the major leagues. Not even great minor league numbers historically, but just went to Scottsdale and wowed everyone with the velocity.
Yeah, he's a guy who's been in the Eastern League for several years, so I've seen him a bunch with a few different teams because he was on the Rockies, he was on the Tigers, I think. He was with the Nationals. He is an Eastern League legend. I actually know somebody pretty well who worked with him with one of those clubs, who just raves about him as a guy and a hard worker, obvious an electric arm. And they said it's just like, for whatever reason, when he's got to AAA, he's always run into command problems. If he's throwing strikes, that's the stuff that'll play. And the other guy who's kind of similar is Helcris Olivares, who the Giants signed really late last year. He's not 102 the way Pagero is, but he's a lefty throwing 99, which is kind of the same. I would not be shocked if either of those arms skipped over somebody who's on the 40 for that reason. I mean, they've got stuff. Another guy who's got great stuff who I think could put himself into the conversation in the second half of the year is going to be down in Richmond, and that's Trent Harris, who had a huge year last year out of the bullpen. Kind of a setup ceiling, but he's got this great high-rise 97-mile-an-hour fastball with a tremendous curve. I think he could pitch his way into part of the story. But you're right to highlight Seymour. He was really impressive. I saw him the last day before they shipped out, and he's trying a couple new pitches this year. He's got a very heavy sinker that he's getting swing and misses on, and his slider is one of the maybe most outstanding secondary pitches in the organization, I'd say at this point.
That'll take you places, no doubt about it. So we're going to keep Roger Munter here with us. We will do more on the other side. We'll continue breaking down this 5-1 start to the season for the San Francisco Giants, get into the different options the Giants have with their 26-man roster, what to expect moving forward, maybe some extensions in the future for some young Giants players. And also, Roger took a trip out to Scottsdale. So, Roger, I will ask you about that in a moment. At the end of spring training, Giants minor league camp on display, some of the top prospects coming through the organization. Who should we watch this year? Who can make an impact at the big league level? More Sports Phone on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans. This is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hang out with you until 9 o'clock this evening, talking about your 5-1 San Francisco Giants, coming off a series sweep of the Houston Astros and a 6-3 victory on Getaway Day in Houston. A big win for the Giants, a big road trip, and a huge start to the Buster Posey era. The Giants come home on Friday to take on the Seattle Mariners. I'm breaking things down with my buddy Roger Munter, who writes the great There Are Giants Substack, kind enough to hang out with us this evening. Roger and I taped our podcast this afternoon, and we always love sharing our podcast with you here on KNBR. So without further ado, we will continue here with our discussion of what's transpired over the last week. And with that, Roger, the Giants had some interesting decisions to make on opening day, and we've already seen this kind of play out over the course of the first week of the season. They didn't put much value in left-handed hitters. In fact, their bench has been righties. We've seen Christian Koss. We've seen Casey Schmidt playing at first base. This isn't what we projected, and yet this is what they've gone with, and so far, it's what they're winning with.
Yeah, they eschewed the importance of lefties everywhere, right? There's no second lefty in the bullpen. There's no second lefty in the rotation. There's no lefty on the bench. I think that they really were trying to make a point of going north with the guys who performed the best in spring. I think it was. I think it's an accountability thing, right? It's like the guys who had sort of performed okay in the past, that wasn't enough to guarantee him a spot. And Brett Wisely, so I wrote something the other day, which is like, you figure Brett Wisely's going to make the team because he's left-handed. But if your profile is what's driving your case for a roster spot, it's not a very strong case, right? And, you know, he's gotten opportunities and he hasn't made the most of them yet. So that's not to say he won't in the future, but he didn't go out there and grab a spot. And I think Christian Koss kind of did. I mean, I don't know that Christian Koss is going to hit at the major league level. He has not hit particularly well in AAA, although he does things well at the plate. So we'll see. But he certainly made impressions when he was on the field. He's a really good defensive player everywhere, and he's got great energy. So, you know, I think they wanted to go north with the guys who were the best. And that's a part of this whole vibe thing, which is a question I want to ask you. You were there, you were at camp pretty late. What did you make of the vibe of this team? What is this team's character and personality?
Yeah, I would say confident right from the get-go, and that's something I noticed on my first trip down to Scottsdale, and I was there for the final 2 days of spring training as well. But this is a team that sees itself as a contender. Like, it's not, oh, you have to squint, like, you know, some media analysts, myself, do and think, maybe if everything goes right, it's 86 to 88 wins. I think this is a team that looks at itself and says, on the right day, we can go out and beat anyone because we've got great pitching. All we need are a few timely hits. And so you run the bases well, you play clean defense, you get the good performances from the bullpen. We're going to win a lot of games 3-2. We're going to win a lot of games 4-3. And you have to step up in the right situations. And I think that a lot of the foundation for the culture was actually laid during spring training with Willy Adames and Matt Chapman in the clubhouse. And they had this position in the clubhouse down in Scottsdale where you walk in the door and it's kind of the corner, but it's also like very visible to the whole room. So in and out of the clubhouse, you got to walk by those guys, and they are constantly talking to teammates. Adames more so than Chapman. Chapman's a little bit quieter, but you know, you're looking at him and he's extremely serious and, you know, gets his work in and does everything right and is a conduit to the manager and coaching staff. And Adames early on positioned himself as someone who's going to be exactly that guy. He understood the role that Buster Posey expected him to play in the clubhouse. And it was very reminiscent to me of a role that Pablo Sandoval played once he'd established himself at the major league level and once he became kind of a guy. Chapman to me is more of a Crawford, a steady presence, someone who's got the respect of everyone in the room, isn't going to speak up at every moment, but you know, when he walks in, people are paying attention. Whereas Adames is this free-flowing, you know, constantly saying something, constantly ribbing a guy, and making sure that the energy is loose. And you need certain players like that, because when things are going poorly, you end up in situations where you've lost 3 in a row and no one wants to say anything, or, someone makes an error and no one wants to say anything to that person. And Pablo would say stuff. He would jump out and he would immediately either, disarm people with a joke, or he wouldn't be afraid in front of reporters to say, like, go catch the ball next time, or take at bats like me, or stuff like that. Like, it was always like in jest, but there was some truth behind what he was saying. And I think Adames is going to find himself in a pretty similar position, if not an even more important position in the Giants clubhouse.
Yeah, but we talked a little bit when they signed him about the kind of being up on the top rail and the intensity that brings. Some of the guys they had back in 2014 who were always at the top rail, always yammering. It really did my heart good to see that opening day when Flores hit that home run. Adames sort of being at the lead and running up and down and slapping hands with people. I know that's that's not value on the field, but I think it is meaningful. I think they are building something here.
Yeah, the other part of that was Jung-Hoo Lee as well. You look at it's Adames jumping over the rail to celebrate with everyone, but top step of the dugout, who was most fired up? It was Jung-Hoo Lee, and I thought that was really cool because parts of the last 2 seasons ripped from him due to injury. He wants to play meaningful baseball, and you could tell right away.
And it is energy. I think the recipe they have of tight games, clean games, good defense, timely hitting, it takes a huge toll in terms of concentration. I've always said that the real key to that 21 team, that 107 win season, is they played 162 games like they were a playoff game, and they never let their energy down the way you have to kind of over the course of 6 months. That takes a toll, and you have to have the players that are driving that intensity to keep it up as a team, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We completely agree with that. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you about was I went to Arizona and got to be in the major league space and see kind of the vibe of the team coming out of spring training. You went to Arizona and you got a sense of minor league camp and who's coming through this Giants farm system. And I'd love to get your high-level takeaways from the Roger Munter annual trip down to Scottsdale, Arizona.
Well, I will say one takeaway, and this is a glass half full, glass half empty. When the AAA squad left, it was noticeable that the level of arms left in camp after that was not the same. This wave that has been coming up the Giants system the last few years, that's cresting and getting to the major leagues. There's not another wave behind it that is the same as that. That's really just about draft strategies. They had several drafts that were very pitching heavy, and they hit on a lot of guys in those drafts, and the last couple drafts have been more hitter heavy, which I actually kind of think that probably we're going to see more arms at the top of this year's draft. But you can tell that in just the different segments. They have a lot of real quality arms on the Sacramento and San Francisco staffs that are not necessarily being followed up at the other ones. There's some good. Joe Whitman's a good prospect. Josh Bostic is a really interesting prospect. Jeremy Maldonado, who I saw throwing 100 over at Maryvale the other day. I don't know what role he's going to have, but he's a major league arm. So there are guys, but it's not like the last few years I've just been used to this huge wave of like one day it's Keaton Wynn, and the next day it's Mason Black, and the next day it's Hayden Birdsong, and then it's Landon Roop. That group is cresting, and there's going to be a little bit of a gap behind it. Now, the flip side of that coin is they have been drafting hitters, and there are some decent young hitters in the system. The big bummer of my trip was that Bryce Eldridge was hurt for most of it. I actually did see his one appearance in a minor league game, which came after he'd been out of action for a couple weeks. He took 2 at-bats. He struck out both times. He left the game, and the next day he was scratched from the lineup, and now he's back in rehab because his wrist wasn't quite ready for it yet. Hopefully that's not too long of a delay, because obviously we all want to see Bryce Eldridge on the field. He is the star of this team. But Bo Davidson had a really good camp after a tremendously eye-opening year last year. James Tibbs looked good. Sabine Ceballos, who you saw probably a lot
Sabine
of.
Ceballos, man. He made a lot of fans during spring training.
Yeah, so you're starting to get a little more accumulation of. There are some hitters and some good athletes too. Dakota Jordan looked pretty good in camp for me. Lisbel Diaz, the 19-year-old Cuban outfielder who got to San Jose last year, he had a really good camp. So you're starting to flip the coin where the pitching depth isn't going to be the same after this group, but you're starting to get a few more hitters, which is always fun to see.
So I did have a few draft-related questions for you, and one of them relates to last year's draft, where the Giants took James Tibbs out of Florida State, 13th overall, and the next pick, Cam Smith, goes out of Florida State, right? That's what happened. And Cam Smith is facing the San Francisco Giants this week. And James Tibbs is he going to start at Eugene? Where's he?
He is starting at Eugene, yes.
Yeah. Did the Giants make the wrong pick here? What happened?
I mean, I will say that the easiest thing to Monday morning quarterback in the world is baseball drafts, and it's a little cheap and unfair to do so, especially on so little evidence. If Cleveland thought that Cam Smith was going to be starting in the major leagues on opening day this year, I suspect they would have taken him with the first pick instead of Travis Bazzana, who, he may be in AA, but he's also only got to A. This is just the way drafts go. I wouldn't make too big of a consideration. I do think that there's this sort of ironic coda that I think a lot of people have said over the years when Farhan Zaidi came in, that Joey Bart might not have been his selection if he'd been running the 2018 draft, because Joey Bart's virtues were not necessarily in alignment with Farhan Zaidi's priorities.
Yeah.
Right. I think probably the same is true in this case, that if Buster Posey had been overseeing baseball operations, last July, maybe James Tibbs would not have been the selection, because he's a guy who does a lot of things that Zaidi appreciates. He's got great swing decisions. He knows the strike zone. He's got, good walk to strikeout ratios. That's a very Zaidi pick. And that's probably going to be a very safe pick in the long run. He's not in the majors today, but everyone I talk to thinks he's a pretty safe kind of bat first corner outfield profile. He's probably going to hit his way to the majors. He's not here today, and so it looks bad. In the end, who knows how that's going to turn out, but I can see the logic behind it. One person said to me that they can imagine Farhan looking at James Tibbs and seeing Jock Peterson. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that too. I can see that, Peterson was a better athlete as a young guy when he first came up. But if you want to look at Tibbs and say, man, I can see that, a guy who's a platoon masher who can play left field a little bit, good safe pick. I think that's probably what the thought process was there. And we'll see. Like all drafts, we'll see.
That makes sense to me. That definitely makes sense to me. I don't want a Monday morning quarterback, a draft from less than a year ago. I think that time will tell us how good James Tibbs can be, and I'm excited by what I've heard, what I've read. What I will say, though, is I think it's starting to become noticeable, Roger, on this 2025 Giants roster of looking at the 2021 draft and looking at the 2022 draft and not hitting right away on guys who could be difference makers at the major league level. And so you look back at 2021, and Will Bednar was viewed as a safe pick, a guy coming out of a College World Series appearance where he dominated for Mississippi State. His brother was at the major league level, an all-star closer. Well, his brother's fallen off. He's been optioned to AAA in Pittsburgh's organization. Will has obviously dealt with significant injuries. And then 2022, it's a different kind of pick. Like Reggie Crawford was about as high ceiling as you could go, because this was someone who was a hitter, a pitcher, could get up to 100 from the left side, but injuries have derailed his progress, and the earliest the Giants are going to look at him is middle of next year. I mean, it's going to be a long road back.
It's interesting. I was just I recorded a podcast with Jim Callis, the great Jim Callis, just the other day, which you can hear on my site there, Giants. And he was talking about how, like, everybody in the organization knows they have this long stretch of first round futility or first round difficulties, where, bad luck or bad picks or what have you, is starting to stretch out to, a decade and a half at this point. And yet, on the other hand, they've had some huge hits with low round successes. And, we're going to see that later today with Landon Roop, who's a 12th rounder. Hayden Birdsong was an 8th rounder, but he was an 8th rounder nobody had ever heard of. They have, Jim mentioned this, that 2 of the top 11 guys on MLB's prospect ranking were not drafted. They were undrafted players. Bo Davidson, who went to this tiny junior college, and Trent Harris, who I mentioned a bit ago, completely undrafted. So they've been doing really good on the sort of deep dive scoutings, and that at least helped balance the scales, I would say, for the first round prompts. I mean, Logan Webb's kind of another one. Logan Webb was a pop-up 4th round high school guy who was more known as a quarterback in high school, who has, of course, turned into first round quality. You want to get the quality somewhere in the draft. You need to get more out of first rounds than they do, but you can't go with no quality in a draft, and they've mostly avoided that problem, I'd say.
Yeah. Hey, look, they hit in the 31st round. Bring the 31st round back so that they can get another Ryan Walker.
More Ryan Walker. That's right.
Exactly. So as we wrap things up here, any final thoughts on the first week of baseball for the San Francisco Giants and your early impressions of the farm system?
So this isn't a specific San Francisco Giants, but I did want to get in. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but I think that when we get to the end of the 2025 season, the 3 best teams in baseball will be in the NL West.
Wow. That's a hot take.
Is it a hot take?
That's a hot take.
I said it before the week started too, and the Dodgers and Padres both went 6-0. But I do think that's true. I think that there's it's hard to see from our very Giants centric perspective. There's a lot of kind of mediocre baseball teams out there in MLB, except in this one division, where everybody's really trying, and that's, I think, kind of fun to be a part of.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I was thinking about Will Bednar earlier today in that 2021 first-round pick because of the Jackson Merrill extension. I mean, teenager comes out, and he's signing a 9-year, $135 million extension with the San Diego Padres. Talk about a high ceiling pick, and they just nailed it. And it just goes to show, how long has it been since the Giants signed a homegrown player to a big extension? And is Elliot Ramos or Patrick Bailey the next guy?
I know a lot of people who this week on McCovey Chronicles have been suggesting an Elliot Ramos extension along those exact lines. There was, I don't know if you worked on this or not, but The Athletic had a really nice piece on the Bednar brothers and the whole Bednar family. That is a fantastic read that I would highly suggest anybody go to. But yeah, Elliot Ramos, he's putting his shovel in the ground. I'm the extension guy. So we start with a 30 home run prediction. We'll end with I don't know, buy out a few free agent years contract.
7 years, $75 million. Does that feel right to you?
Yeah, I think Christian Campbell just signed today for
Christian Campbell
million?
with an incredibly odd deal to me. It starts at 8 years, $60 million, and can escalate to 10 years to $100 million.
I think the question with Ramos is how far out do you want to go? Are you doing like all the ARB years and 1 or and 2, something like that, right?
Yeah, I think
so
it gets you to 31 years old. So
yeah.
Maybe and 1 is the compromise between the two sides to get Ramos to 30 years old, which is where Jackson Merrill will be after the end of his 9-year, $135 million contract. Christian Campbell, he's going to be like 32 and their team options for Christian Campbell, which I don't get. Come on, you got to build yourself some leverage. I know you're signing a generational deal, but I don't love the team options as a part of that if you're the player.
Well, Ramos he's already broken the curse of Chili Davis by becoming the first homegrown outfielder to go to the All-Star game. He just tied Willie Mays last night with extra base hits in his first 5 games. we're predicting he's going to break the curse of Barry Bonds and give us a 30-homer season. If he does all those, he deserves the bag, I would say.
Yeah, if he does all those, then you're looking at 7 years and probably $150 million. So
yeah, give it to him. Give the man his bag.
Give the man his bag. That was Roger Munter. I am Kerry Crowley. When we come back, we're wrapping up Sports Phone KNBR. I got a few final thoughts on the San Francisco Giants. We'll look ahead to tomorrow evening in the Bay Area. The Golden State Warriors back in action once again. The NFL Draft just 3 weeks away from tomorrow. 49ers on the clock with pick number 11. Plenty going on in the Bay Area sports world, but perhaps today, nothing more exciting than the San Francisco Giants winning and improving to 5-1. Although last night, I don't know. Not much tops a 52-point performance against a playoff foe from Steph Curry. Pretty darn impressive. So the vibes are high right now. We will keep that rolling as we exit this evening's show. I am Kerry Crowley. You were listening to Sports Zone KNBR here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Phone KNBR. Give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 o'clock this evening. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to tonight's show. Long segments there with Roger Munter, my friend, but we only get together about once a month. We like to do this for our podcast and for the KNBR audience. It's always fun talking baseball with Roger Munter. He writes the great There Are Giants Substack. I encourage you to subscribe if you do not already. He is as good as it gets when it comes to covering the Giants minor league system. You heard him earlier on this hour going on about the players that he saw down in Scottsdale. He'll be out at Richmond scouting the Giants AA affiliate on Thursday. I just think the world of the work that he does, and so I'm so appreciative that we get to share our conversations with you here on KNBR. With that, we're going to start wrapping up this evening's show. I want to thank Raph, our producer, who did such a great job tonight, fielding the phone calls and the texts from you, getting that sound out from Houston earlier today, as well as the Giants. They take down the Houston Astros 6-3 in emphatic fashion. They come home on Friday to take on the Seattle Mariners at Oracle Park. It is an extremely highly anticipated home opener. And I have to be honest, I was worried at the beginning of the offseason after the Giants had signed Willy Adames the 7-year, $182 million contract and hadn't done much else, that maybe the significant changes that we thought might happen under Buster Posey, maybe they weren't going to materialize. And maybe the Giants would take a step back this year. Maybe it'd be more of a reset, even the last few years have felt like a reset and a rebuild for the San Francisco Giants without the true commitment to the rebuild, to the point where you get high draft picks, you trade away premium talent. You're just kind of in that mushy middle. And so I was worried coming into this season that the Giants would find themselves in the mushy middle. And by the end of this 162-game campaign, it's entirely possible that they will. But from what we've seen from the first 6 games of this season, I understand the vision that Buster Posey laid forth for this organization, and it is almost impossible to argue with his track record as a baseball player, and now through the 6-game sample size, an extremely small sample size, as a president of baseball operations, because this 2025 roster reminds us so much of the teams that Buster played on. Did they have the best talent? No. Like, we all acknowledge the fact that the Dodgers have the most talented roster in the National League and in Major League Baseball at the moment. But those 2010, 2012, and 2014 Giants teams, they all won without having premium, top-tier, elite talent that was widely considered by national media as the best in baseball. Did they play fundamentally sound? Did they pitch extremely well? Did they get timely hitting? In 10, 12, and 14, they absolutely did. In 21, Buster's final season with the San Francisco Giants, that club did so more so than I'd say any team during the Dynasty era. 107 wins. It took being locked in every single day of those campaigns. And I think I look at this year's team, and there's still so much to be said for it. It is way too early to judge a squad. The Reds could be terrible. The Astros could be terrible. We have no idea the quality of the opponents that the Giants just beat. We really don't have any insight into the quality of team the Giants ultimately will be. But the fashion in which they're playing, the style with which they play, the intensity and competitiveness that Bob Melvin's team brings to the ballpark on a daily basis, you can feel it early on. And I'll tell you, I mentioned this with Roger, my 2 stints down in Arizona, albeit very short, I was probably in the clubhouse for a total of 5 days this spring. I got a real sense that winning matters deeply to this team. And that's not to say that it didn't to the clubs in 22, 23, and 24. That's not to say that players cared more or less in a given year than they care right now. But there is very clearly alignment from the top down in the organization, an alignment that didn't exist in 22, 23, and certainly 24. I think, look, the vision that Farhan Zaidi laid out for the organization was noble at the time. Back in 2018, the Giants needed change. We all understood. No one would have argued after the 2018 season that the Giants should just keep doing what they've been doing, because that was going out of style. But they overcorrected. And we all acknowledged during the Farhan era that they overcorrected. And I thought the world of what they did in 2021. But they never built upon the foundation that they laid. And by failing to capitalize on that opportunity in 22, and then not making meaningful A-list additions to the roster in 23 and 24, and not drafting the superstar position players that can transform your organization in a year like 21 when the Padres got Jackson Merrill and the Giants went with Will Bednar. That comes back to haunt you. I think the Giants were haunted in 23 and particularly in 24 by an organization that lacked a coherent vision, that lacked continuity on the 40-man roster, and lacked stability on the 26-man roster. And now Buster Posey has brought a vision. He's brought an identity, and it's one that Bob Melvin very much resonates with. It's not all that different from the teams that Melvin had in Oakland that were so good during the regular season, and it's not all that different from the teams that Buster Posey played on in San Francisco that were at their best during the postseason. It is relatively simple when you spell it out. Pitch extremely well. Be tough and throw strikes. Field the ball cleanly. Don't give away free bases. And when the time comes, move the runner over. Make a productive out. With 2 outs, shorten up, get a base hit, and drive a run in. You can swing for the fences on certain occasions, and so far the 2025 Giants, they've done so, and they've done so well. But you can easily see the shift in strategy and approach and mindset more than anything from this Giants team. Through 6 games, this is a team that shows up to the ballpark expecting to win. Will that be the case on Friday against the Seattle Mariners? I have no idea. But over the course of the innings that the Giants have played, 54 so far, they've looked darn good in executing a strategy that was laid out at the very beginning of spring training, and they carried through spring training with 21 wins. Again, I was the first to say, don't put stock in the number of wins that you rack up during Cactus League play, but do put stock in the preparation, in the level of detail, and the competitiveness with which the Giants are going about their business. So it's been fun to see, and I hope that this ride continues because Bay Area baseball fans deserve a fun, an interesting, a compelling baseball team. I've long said this is an organization that views itself as one of the premier franchises in Major League Baseball. It is time to start playing like one. It ought to start playing like one. And through 6 games, the Giants have played like one. They've played like a blue blood. They've played like a team that's tough to get out. They've played like a team that's not out of particular ball games where they're losing. And they've played like a team where it doesn't matter if a superstar has a bad day, if a pitcher has a rough outing, because chances are 7, 8, 9 other guys can pick them up. And that, to me, is Buster Posey baseball. And that, to me, so far at least, has been fun to watch. Time will tell. The first road trip is over. The Giants are coming home. In between that, Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors on the court again tomorrow night against the Los Angeles Lakers. A showdown of Western Conference powers. Didn't think I'd be able to say that a few months ago. And then, the Warriors traded for Jimmy Butler, and things have been a little different. I am Kerry Crowley, signing off from Sports Zone KNBR. I'll be back with you tomorrow evening from 7 until the end of Warriors-Lakers, at which point I will pass things off to my man, John Dickinson. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM.